I call on the Minister for Health and Social Development, Honorable Marlon Penn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to report that the bill entitled Nonprofit Organizations Amendment Act 2022 has passed through committee with amendments. Madam Speaker, I move that the bill entitled Nonprofit Organization Amendment Act 2022 be read a third time and passed as amended.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Thank you. It has been moved and seconded that the bill entitled Nonprofit Organizations Amendment Act 2022 be now read a third time and passed with amendments. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The motion is passed. I call upon the clerk to read the bill a third time.
This act may be cited as the Nonprofit Organizations Amendment Act 2022.
The bill has been read a third time and passed with amendments. I now call upon the Premier and Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, with your permission and indulgence, I just wanted the opportunity to say a few short words before I introduce this motion on past member Louis Walters.
Permission granted.
Thank you. Just a few short words. Since I did not have the opportunity to contribute to the sentiments expressed yesterday during the sit-in, certainly, of course, I want to extend most sincere condolences on behalf of my family and myself to the family. It's a family that I'm close to. Its children are my cousins. I used to work at the college with Miss Bernadine Louis. Went to school with another child of his. And so, Cyrilyn, yes, Cyrilyn. And so, of course, I think it's appropriate for me to be able to, on a very personal note, speak of my affection for him and his family, and the sadness that I feel that he has now left us. But even on a more fundamental level, Madam Speaker, as Premier and Leader of Government Business, we know that he was a past member of the House of Assembly, then called the Legislative Council. And in fact, he would have succeeded my grandfather, Willard Wheatley, as representative of the 8th District. And when I was growing up, that's the person who we would have learned about in school when we were going through all the different, we had to learn all the different representatives of the legislature. So when I was growing up, that's who I knew to be the representative for the 8th District. And I did spend a portion of my childhood growing up in the 8th District. So he would have been my representative, elected in 1986 and re-elected in 1990. So for the majority of my schooling, he would have been in the legislature. And certainly, as a past member of the House of Assembly, it is most appropriate for us to be able to celebrate the contributions and to ensure that we always uphold member service. Certainly, there are those in the community who, at various points, one time or the other, may disparage members of the House of Assembly, may criticize, may all of these things. But being in public service is not easy. It's not easy. It's a labor of love. Persons take on this primarily because of love for people and seeking to move the development of people forward. And he did so. He did so as a member of the legislature. He did so as a minister. And I just want to celebrate his life and his legacy. And certainly, we will be most present at his funeral, which will be an official funeral. And we will be able to speak more about his life, his legacy, his contribution, and to celebrate him. And I'm grateful, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to say those short words. And while I'm giving somewhat of a tribute, I also, Madam Speaker, and I can speak a little bit more about this, perhaps under any of the other business, but just to say certainly it was my honor to be able to convey condolences on behalf of the people of the Virgin Islands to His Majesty King Charles III and members of the royal family and the government and people of the United Kingdom on the passing of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. She received a grand send-off, and I was quite impressed by how the people of the United Kingdom in their various roles and responsibility executed their duty in a way that I believe Her Majesty the Queen would have been pleased to see persons fulfill their duties, despite the fact that it was a very emotional time for the people of the United Kingdom and even beyond that. So I believe that it was a well-executed event. We as premiers and governors of the overseas territories were treated very well from the moment we arrived to the United Kingdom to where we left. And we certainly want to thank the Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office for the hospitality that they showed us and for helping to facilitate our ability to convey condolences and sympathies. and I want to extend also to the United Kingdom government for all what they extended to us as premiers and governors of the overseas territories. And certainly while we certainly have difficult discussions in regard to our future, I believe that in the Virgin Islands we were raised to be very respectful. We were raised to be compassionate individuals, and certainly being able to convey condolences was certainly the appropriate thing to do, and to have a certain decorum, even as we move forward into some very difficult discussions on our relationship with the United Kingdom, which no doubt will come up even in this debate as it pertains to Constitutional Review Commission. Having said that, Madam Speaker, I rise to move the following motion. Whereas by resolution number 15 of 2020, hereinafter referred to as the resolution, the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands approved the establishment and composition of the Constitutional Review Commission for the purpose of conducting a full review of the Virgin Islands Constitution Order 2007, subject to specific terms of reference. Whereas the said resolution was made subject to Cabinet's decision to establish a Constitutional Review Commission comprising of 11 members, a chairperson, deputy chairperson, both of whom were to be selected by the Premier through Cabinet after consultation with members of the House of Assembly, and 6 other members to be nominated by the Premier, and 3 members to be selected by Her Majesty's loyal opposition and appointed by the Cabinet for the purpose of conducting a full review of the Virgin Islands Constitution Order 2007. Whereas the said resolution further agreed, based on Cabinet's agreement, that the terms of reference of the Constitutional Review Commission should be as follows: to re-examine and re-evaluate the vision of the people of the Virgin Islands as expressed in the preamble to the Virgin Islands Constitution Order 2007, and to amend accordingly the continuity of the political and constitutional development of the Virgin Islands. B, to evaluate the current Virgin Islands Constitution Order 2007 and determine whether it advances or facilitates the desires of the people of the Virgin Islands in achieving the revised vision in item A. C, to identify any gaps in relation to item A above. D, to make recommendations for constitutional reform if necessary based on items A, B, C, or above. And E, to review the next step towards self-determination for the territory of the Virgin Islands. Whereas Cabinet has since decided to increase the composition of the Constitutional Review Commission from 11 members to 16 members to serve with effect from the 8th of July 2022 as follows: A, Mrs. Lisa Penn Letsom, Chairperson; Ms. Janice Stout, Deputy Chairperson; Sir Charles Michael Dennis Byron, Ms. Maya Barry, Mrs. Tanya Cassie Parker, Mr. Cedric Shinnery, Ms. Suzanne Demers, Ms. Noni Georges, Dr. Steve Leonard, Mr. Coy Levons, Mrs. Bernadine Louis, Ms. Benedicta Samuels, PhD, Mr. Ronnie Skelton, Mr. Roger Smith, Reverend Dr. Melvin A. Turnbull, and Dr. Charles Wheatley. Whereas Cabinet has further decided to update and expand the terms of reference to those presented by the Constitutional Review Commission and approved by the Governor and Premier to be reflected as follows: to reevaluate the vision of the people of the Virgin Islands as expressed in the preamble to the Virgin Islands Constitution Order 2007 and to amend accordingly if necessary; to evaluate the current Virgin Islands Constitution Order 2007 and determine whether it is in strategic fit to facilitate the people of the Virgin Islands in achieving the revised vision in item A and above, to identify any gaps in relation to item B above, to make recommendations for constitutional reform if necessary, including but not limited to considering the following. 1, how the executive ministerial government can be held to account in the House of Assembly, and how checks and balances and mechanisms for accountability may be employed to mitigate against abuse of power. Whether the independent institutions enshrined in the Constitution are sufficient and effective to ensure good governance, the powers that need to be reserved to the governor, and how issues as to the exercise of devolved and reserved powers, respectively, when they arise, are to be resolved. A mechanism for the transfer of reserved powers to the devolved Virgin Islands government in the future, without a further change to the Constitution being required. Whether there should be a regime in relation to election expenses, whether statutory boards should be embedded in the Constitution, and if so, whether there should be a statutory boards commission, and if yes, its functions and responsibilities, whether the Speaker should continue to be a political appointment, or whether he or she, even if elected, should be independent of the political parties, whether Section 66 and 67 of the Constitution needs to be amended to make clearer the circumstances in which a person seeking election to the House of Assembly or member of the House of Assembly who, either personally or through a DBA, a partnership or company with which he or she is associated, contracts with the BVI government, needs to declare such an interest, how such a declaration should be made, and the consequences of a person not doing so. Whether Section 66 and 67 of the Constitution need to be amended to also apply to statutory and other public bodies, and what should be the proper relationship between ministers and their departments, and whether any amendments to Section 56 of the Constitution should be made. E, to review the next steps towards self-determination for the territory of the Virgin Islands. And F, to consider how best the law enforcement and justice agencies can sit within the constitutional framework. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands approves an increase in the composition of the Constitutional Review Commission from 11 to 16 members, and the update and expansion of the terms of reference as specified above for the purpose of conducting a full review of the Virgin Islands Constitution Order 2007. Madam Speaker, in addition to moving the motion, I'll just say a few words about the motion. Madam Speaker, constitutional development is extremely important to us as a territory of the United Kingdom. Just to put it in context, Madam Speaker, it has to do with the concept of colonialism, where nations around the world colonized other groups of people around the world. And as I have said constantly, as I have said on many different occasions, the United Nations, which was formed after the Second World War, at the time when colonialism existed all over the world, the United Nations came together with many newly independent countries. Because, of course, after the Second World War, you had many independence movements, many freedom movements that came about following 1945, 1946. You had India, you had Ghana and several other African countries. You had just numerous independence movements, and these persons would become a part of the United Nations. And they had a voice. And through this voice, they were able to pass resolutions. And these resolutions, some very key and significant resolutions, were passed. And one of them was condemning colonialism and saying that colonialism must be brought to an end in the world. You should not have a world where one group dominates another group. And as we know, the United Kingdom is a member of the United Nations and signatory to these resolutions. And of course, how do you deal with those groups who did not become independent along with some of the others? In the Caribbean, of course, we have, just the other day, Trinidad and Jamaica celebrate, I believe it had to be 60 years of independence. In the Caribbean, we have, I think, Trinidad and Jamaica were among the first to be able to become independent. And we have groups in the Caribbean, groups of people who got their independence sometime after that. Many countries like places like Barbados and Guyana around the mid-60s, etc. Straight up until today, you still have essentially colonies. And the United Nations has set out a process. They have set out a process for colonized people to decolonize. And it's important that we recognize this as a territory of the United Kingdom. We're going to have to ensure, it's done on some level now, that we strengthen our education system so that persons know the history of decolonization and colonization in the Caribbean and around the world. And many persons wouldn't be exposed to this type of information. We have a process of decolonization that has been outlined by the United Nations. And the United Nations went as far as forming a decolonization committee to ensure that the process of decolonization takes place. Based on our international obligations and the international obligations of the United Kingdom, we must advance from where we are. It's not a question. We talk about all of these international obligations that we have to keep. Well, this is one. We have an international obligation as outlined by the United Nations Charter that we must decolonize. And we have options in terms of what is considered a non-colonial status. And you can look around the Caribbean and see examples. Okay, you have associated statehood. Freedom to be able to associate with another nation. You can choose to associate with our administering power, or we can choose another state to associate ourselves with. Meaning we can associate with the United Kingdom, subject to the agreement of both parties, or we can choose a different state that we want to have a relationship with, where we define the terms of the relationship. It's mutually agreed. That is something that is an option for us. And we should always know what our rights and our options are under the United Nations Charter. But we also have independence, which is the one that most persons speak about when they speak about decolonization. You can become a free agent, so to speak, and establish relationships with multilateral organizations and establish relationships with bilateral relationships with nations, etc., as we so please. We would be independent and we'd be able to make all the decisions we wanted to make. And we'd be responsible for ourselves. But of course, we know that we live in a globalized world and relationships with other nations are important. And there's no nation that I see in the world which has not, no independent nation that I have seen in the world which has not sought to establish some type of relationship with some multilateral organization or some other nation state. And that would be the case for us here in the Virgin Islands as well. And then you have integration, which exists in some of the French territories in the Caribbean, places like Guadeloupe, Martinique, where they are a part of France. They are extension of France. They have a representative that sits in the French Parliament. And of course, those are options which are available to us. But the point that I'm saying to you is that the status where we are now is not a status where we can stay. It's not a status that we want to stay in, and it's not a status that we are expected to stay in based on our international obligations. Now, what's supposed to move us there is this Constitution. If you want to measure your progress from where you are to where you want to go, you use these constitutions as measurement of progress. Okay, before you just had nominated members, then you were able to get elected members. All of those things are reflected in constitutional development. Or you have an at-large system, or you have a system based on representing constituencies. Like when we started, we had at-large members. Then I believe maybe around 1954, so we went to having district members where my great uncle and Honorable Malone's uncle and Honorable Penn's great uncle would have been the first representative of the Eastern constituency for etc. Leslie Malone. And then you move to a system where you have ministerial government. Instead of ministerial authority being concentrated in this, the governor, and as opposed to being a part of this colony of the Leeward Islands that we were a part of for so long, that our people now develop our own authority to be able to make certain executive decisions in our own behalf. So you have now your first chief minister, and you have minister of this and minister of that, where you take more control, and this is what it essentially is. Authority is devolved from somebody, some entity, to your local people. And then in each situation where you have authority being devolved or transferred to local persons, we see progress, we see advancement. You know, earlier this year when we celebrated ministerial government, I believe it was, 55 years? 55 years, I believe, of ministerial government. We were able to outline the steps that you are able to take to improve your school system. You know, how were we surviving before we had our own ministers in control? You know, you had the churches who had a heavy responsibility in trying to make sure you were educated. Everybody couldn't go to secondary school. You know, you didn't have comprehensive education for all. It took having your own locally elected ministers of government for you to have things like comprehensive education, giving everyone an opportunity to be able to go to secondary school. Only some of the really bright ones like Honorable Fraser and them were able to get access to that. What about some of the other persons? It took ministerial government to do that. And then later on, of course, you get your own Minister of Finance, something that we celebrate as well. I think it must be a good 45 years or so of having your own Minister of Finance. And having your own Minister of Finance gives you more autonomy, more control over your own affairs. Now, since that constitution, I think it was maybe 1976 or so, we didn't have another constitution until 2007. And yes, we were able to get some changes in 2007. Instead of having our executive council, you have our cabinet. Instead of having chief minister, you have a premier. Instead of having a legislative council, you have a house of assembly. And in some ways, persons may feel like some of the changes are cosmetic, but we have been able to make some changes where cabinet decides, as opposed to perhaps, and I'm hopeful that someone like Honorable Fraser, leader of the opposition, who we're grateful to have in the House of Assembly, can speak a little bit more, being on the fact that he was on the Constitutional Review Commission for this 2007 Constitution, as well as Territorial At-Large Member Honorable Malone. Speak a little bit more about the transition from 1976 Constitution to 2007 Constitution and some of the gains we've had. Some of the gains we had in that new Constitution. And having a National Security Council, for instance, as opposed to the governor who's responsible for our internal and external security, just being able to make unilateral decisions on national security issues and other things, Teaching Service Commission and Legal Services Commission, which is kind of shifting authority just from the governor, so to speak, into some of these bodies. And 10 years on from that 2007 Constitution, we should have had another Constitution, which is 2017. But we know what happened in 2017. 2017, we had some devastating hurricanes. And now it's been 5 years, and it's past due time for us to have a new Constitution. And it's past due time for us to make some advancements. Now, this is the challenge that we have, because, of course, I'm not sure if it's just fate where it worked out in this way, but we are having our constitutional review at the time when we've just concluded a commission of inquiry. And at a time when the relationship between the United Kingdom, particularly through the governor, and the elected members of the House, and even more specifically the members of the cabinet, came into real focus. And if you go through the Commission of Inquiry report, you'll see how some of these issues have come into focus. And when you look at the actual terms of reference, most of these specific items which came from Sir Gary Hickenbottom's report, you can see some of the areas which have been raised as challenges and issues. And I'll read them, and then I'll make commentary on them. How the executive ministerial government can be held to account in the House of Assembly. and how checks and balances and mechanisms for accountability may be employed should be to mitigate against abuse of power. Whether the independent institutions enshrined in the Constitution are sufficient and effective to ensure good governance. The powers that need to be reserved to the governor and how issues as to the exercise of devolved and reserved powers respectively when they arise are to be resolved. A mechanism for the transfer of reserved powers to the devolved Virgin Islands government in the future without a further change to the Constitution being required. Whether there should be a regime in relation to election expenses, whether statutory boards should be embedded in the Constitution, and if so, whether there should be a statutory boards commission. You know, statutory boards sit under ministers. Whether the Speaker should continue to be a political appointment, whether he or she, even if elected, should be independent of the political parties. Whether sections 66 and 67 of the Constitution need to be amended to make clearer the circumstances which a person seeking election to the House of Assembly or a member of the House contracts with the BVI government. What should be the proper relationship between ministers and the departments, and whether any amendment to section 56 of the Constitution should be made. In all of these points brought up, it brings into focus and attention really the relationship between the governor and the elected members. The powers of the governor and the powers of the cabinet. Now, the good thing about each and every one of those areas which have been brought up, which I think are exactly the areas that we need to focus on for us to really make our advancement. The good thing about these things is that none of these questions have been answered. None of these questions have been answered, and it should not be the case that the answers to these questions are imposed on the people of the Virgin Islands. It is for the people of the Virgin Islands to agree. And this brings into focus the role of the Constitutional Review Commission. The role of the Constitutional Review Commission is not to seek to answer these questions, which is perhaps what some persons think will happen. And again, I look to the leader of the opposition, the territorial at-large member, to speak about the process in 2007 so people can really understand what the role of these individuals is. These persons are supposed to go around the Virgin Islands to have conversations, to communicate, to educate, to tease out the issues, to canvass the views of the people. This is their role. And the Constitutional Review Commission has a good gender balance. You have several women. In fact, the chair and the deputy chair are women. There's good gender balance here. As a part of the decision, as a part of the criteria, we ensured that there was representation from the 4 different islands. And as we know, oftentimes in the Virgin Islands, you have persons in Jasper, Igada, and even Virgin Gorda feeling left out. Because, of course, the seat of government is in Tortola. The majority of people are in Tortola. And sometimes persons have a quote-unquote Tortola-centric attitude. And people of the sister islands feel left out. So we ensured that the criteria mentioned that there must be representation from various sister islands. And they are here. You have Dr. Steve Leonard from Virgin Gorda, Mr. Coy Levens from Anegada. You have Cendric Shinnery from Jas Van Dyke. And you also have, of course, Tortola has the majority of persons. But in addition to the balance of the different sister islands, you have a balance of the political parties which are represented in the House of Assembly. And this membership, of course, was agreed before, and we stuck with most of the original membership, and we added some other persons. But you had, of course, the leader of the National Democratic Party here, and he had a pick. You had the leader of the PVIM here, and he had a pick. You have the present leader of the opposition and the leader of Progressives United, and he has a pick. And of course, you have Honorable Malone, who sits in the opposition. Huh? Well, he's a member of the opposition. And so he, as a member of the opposition, we give Honorable Malone a pick. And you have persons here, you have quite a lot of persons who are doctors. You know, doctors in terms of having their doctorate of philosophy. You have, I could say you have a reverend here, who's also a doctor. You have persons, we have quite a bit of lawyers. Our Constitution is a legal document, and you have quite a number of lawyers. You have persons who are educators, environmentalists, a good mixture of people. You have persons who are into business. You have persons into construction. You have persons who can canvass the views of the man or the woman on the street. Everyday people. You have persons in here who are historians. Persons who can provide you with the background necessary to understand why some of these things were done in the way they were done. They can give you the historical perspective. And of course, yes, I must say, Madam Speaker, that there was some controversy as it pertains to the governor having picks, because that wouldn't have been the case previously. And of course, this is a document essentially that the Virgin Islands government would be negotiating with the United Kingdom, and the governor is a representative of the United Kingdom government. So persons disagreed with him having picks. And I think that those views which were expressed, it's appropriate that they be expressed. And that perspective is well understood. Some persons also believe, well, if you have persons who do not, and I have to be careful how I say this, Madam Speaker, but if you have persons who are actively a part of a national association outside of the Virgin Islands, are you the right person to look out for the interests of Virgin Islanders? I think it's important for us to be open about it. I think it's an appropriate discussion to be had. I don't think it's, sometimes we have these discussions, sometimes in a mean way. I think we should always be responsible and respectable when we have these discussions. There's no need to be mean, but you know, it's a valid question from a national perspective, from a perspective of your identity. If you don't see yourself as a Virgin Islander, or perhaps you see yourself as another identity primarily, what should be your role in helping to shape the future of the Virgin Islands people? It's valid. And this is nothing against the individual, I'll have to say, because the individual is a belonger, married to a belonger, someone who grew up right here in the Virgin Islands. And we must have some mechanism. We must have a means of ensuring that persons who have come from elsewhere are properly integrated into the Virgin Islands and feel a part of our community. And that's something that we're going to be going through when we have a discussion about belonger status and residence. It's a tough conversation, it's a difficult conversation, but it's a conversation we have to have. You have many nations who've gone through what we've gone through as it pertains to persons who come from elsewhere and have actually become a part of the fabric of the society. Places that had great migration. Let's take a place like Barbados, for instance. So many people who came from places like Guyana and Barbados, but they see themselves as Bajans. No, but they have heritage from elsewhere. And all of those things are valid things to speak about, and we, as I said before, we should have those conversations in a respectful way. But just the concept alone should not be offensive. To have that discussion and to have that conversation. But no one should take the view that these persons, even the ones that persons may disagree with, will answer these questions. These questions must be answered by the people of the Virgin Islands. And let me say to you, and I read the terms of reference, within these terms of reference, even the ones written by Sir Gary Hickenbottom, you will find the seeds of our continued advancement as a people. As strange as that might seem to some people, because some people see this COI process as a means of taking you backwards, which is somewhat of a paradox. And some people may have even intended it to take you backwards. And even in trying to take you backwards, there are the seeds of us within these terms of reference to move forward. And this was written by Sir Gary Hickenbottom, not by us. It says here, a mechanism for the transfer of reserved powers to the devolved Virgin Islands government in the future. Well, the future can be now, if we choose. Without a further change to the Constitution being required. Well, that is powerful. A part of the terms of reference for this Constitutional Review Commission is a discussion on a mechanism for the transfer of reserved powers to the devolved Virgin Islands government in the future. Now you'll have to look and see what the reserved powers of the governor is. And we're quite familiar with them. The areas where the governor reserves authority, security, public service, etc., etc., etc. Right here in these terms of reference, it's speaking about the transfer of those powers to people that the people elect, which is appropriate because ultimately these things affect the people of the Virgin Islands. But how do the people of the Virgin Islands hold government accountable for these things if you have someone unelected holding those powers? If the public service must perform better, and the public who is to be served has no means of holding the one with the authority accountable for delivering, how does that serve the public? And how does that serve democracy? And some persons may even look at the controls that we're speaking about as it pertains to the executive. May even look at it as a negative thing. But I actually see it as a positive thing. How the executive ministerial government can be held to account in the House of Assembly, and how checks and balances and mechanisms for accountability may be employed to mitigate against abuse of power. Again, this specific term of reference holds the key for our continued advancement. Because one of the areas that persons are fearful of when you have any discussion about independence, they're fearful that you don't have enough checks and balances to hold leaders to account. They believe, well, who is it going to stop you from abusing me? Who's going to stop you from, if I don't support your party, I get rid of you in your public service position? Who's going to stop you from seeking to abuse me in some way, shape, or form? People are fearful of that. And you have to put mechanisms in place to protect people. You must do that. You must put mechanisms in place to protect people. You must put institutions in place to protect people, to ensure that people get value for money, that you eliminate corruption, nepotism, that partisan interests don't supersede the national interest. People want transparency. So being able to strengthen those institutions is a good thing. But as I always say, you can't speak about accountability, transparency, respect for the rule of law, and all of those things alone. You also must speak about progress for the people and make sure that there's a healthy balance between persons being able to fulfill the roles that they were elected to fulfill, to be able to implement the policies they were elected to implement based on the mandate of the people who give you that mandate, and every 4 years they hold you to account. And you have to be able to deliver for the people. And we cannot tie our hands from being able to deliver for the people and drown ourselves in bureaucracy to prevent us from being able to deliver for the people. So there must be a healthy balance. And who is supposed to determine what that balance is? The people of the Virgin Islands. That's why all of these laws that we have to consult with the public. Let the people have a say. And in this constitutional review process, the people must have a say. When we make any amendments to any legislation here, whether it's COI or not, the people must have a say. The people are the ones to ensure that we have that balance. And we have to build a Virgin Islands which is based on the aspirations, the desires, the interests of the people. So, Madam Speaker, I can go on and on, but this is fundamentally, from my perspective, what this exercise is about. This exercise is about the advancement of the people of the Virgin Islands, and we could read Article 73 of the UN Charter if you like. That you know what the responsibility of the administering power is. To ensure that we are able to advance, progress, and develop, and meet our aspirations for autonomy and otherwise. This is what this process is about. It's a decolonization process that you can clearly see through your constitutions over the years. It's a process of strengthening your institutions of government, the different arms of government, to ensure that you have a system that will protect the interests of the people. And some of the specific ways in which you do that, that's for discussion of the people. We put proposals to the people and then we discuss those proposals to see if that's something that we want. And another thing we have to be careful of, Madam Speaker, is we have to make sure that the appropriate things are in the Constitution, and the appropriate things which have to be in our laws are in our laws. Because you should know as well, just what came up in this debate, that between 1976 and 2007, how many years is that? About 31 years? Between 1976 and 2007 is about 31 years. Sometimes it could take a long time for a constitution to be amended. So we have to think about what you want to put in your own local laws outside of the Constitution, which is you have no challenge in getting it amended. Perhaps the only challenge sometimes is whether it will be assented to. But when it comes to being able to pass laws, that's what your local legislature is there to do. And what you put in the Constitution, it will be hard to change. And we have to think about that. We have to think about that. So, Madam Speaker, this is what we're here to do. And I'm ready for the Constitutional Review Commission to get on with their work. It's time for us to get this Constitution going. And some of these very important questions need to be resolved. And of course, we cannot forget about the broad objectives which are here. We shouldn't let those ones that Sir Gary Hickenbottom came up with overshadow some of the broader objectives we have here. E, to review the next step towards self-determination for the territory of the Virgin Islands. Let's keep those in mind. Let me go to the other broad ones. To reevaluate the vision of the people of the Virgin Islands as expressed in the preamble of the Virgin Islands Constitution Order. To evaluate the current Virgin Islands Constitution Order 2007 and determine whether it is a strategic fit to facilitate the people of the Virgin Islands in achieving the revised vision. Those are very broad things and allow a lot of scope to look at a lot of different areas. Okay? And it's going to be for the Constitutional Review Commission, the chair and the deputy chair, to help to tease out some of the specific issues in conversation and dialogue with the people of the Virgin Islands. So, Madam Speaker, I move that motion, and I'm grateful, Madam Speaker, for someone to second it and for us to have a robust and lively debate. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you, Premier.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second the motion. And while I'm on my feet, I just want to acknowledge the fact that we are getting closer to the end of this other paper. And I know we have been here for about 8 weeks now. Can't underscore all the work that we have done, but we are getting there. And, I acknowledge yourself, Madam Speaker, and the members here in terms of passing bills and resolutions and answering questions. I think this is about the third resolution that or probably even more, that we're here passing today or debating today. And Madam Speaker, while I'm on my feet, I would also like to make my brief contribution to the debate on this resolution to increase the numbers or the composition of the Constitutional Review Commission from 11 to 16 members, and also to expand the terms of reference of the commission for the purpose of conducting a full review of the Virgin Islands Constitution. Now, Madam Speaker, I quickly want to remind members that it was in 2020 that we were here passing a resolution for the makeup of this Constitutional Review Commission, and it was approved. And unfortunately, sometime after then, we had the Commission of Inquiry, and A2 of the recommendation spoke to this revision of the Constitutional Review Committee. Madam Speaker, like the Premier mentioned, and we're all aware that in modern times it is reasonable for a constitution to be reviewed just about every 10 years. And this is to ensure that the framework is in keeping with the current trends, changing whatever is happening within the community. We want to be up to speed with the changing times, and especially a maturing society, and that we remain consistent with the aspiration of the people who are governed under a constitution. So we are here now. Madam Speaker, the last review that was mentioned earlier took place in 2005. It started around that time. And we birthed the 2007 Constitutional Review, the Constitutional Order. Well, Madam Speaker, if we were supposed to follow the current or follow the 10-year review cycle, we all knew what took place in 2017 with our beautiful Virgin Islands with the passage of Hurricanes Irma and Maria that prevented us. And, during that time, we were more focused on our lives and our livelihoods, rebuilding and making sure that our neighbors and our family were taken care of. But we are here now, Madam Speaker. It was just mentioned that the last review took about 31 years from before the 2007 Constitution. So, Madam Speaker, we are here now, and, we are speaking about the makeup, the additional members to the Constitution, this commission that was passed through Cabinet, and we were reminded of the makeup and making sure that we had a cross-section of persons and who all contributed to that cross-section. I don't think that is necessary for us to rehash that at this time, but we are here with this resolution. And Madam Speaker, this resolution, as I mentioned, we are seeking to effect 2 amendments. Firstly, those additional 5 members, or up to 16 members, and the further specifics to the terms of reference, so that the terms of reference could go into some further details in some more specific areas. And Madam Speaker, I think it was over the past few months where we started this discussion and this discourse in the public. And I recall going to different communities after it was after June 8th when we got the word from the United Kingdom that our Constitution would not be suspended. And it was through the leadership of the Honorable Natalia Wheatley, that we went throughout the communities to discuss the recommendation and the reforms that were accepted as to the reason why we stand here today to discuss this amendment. We all remember what took place on the 29th of April when these COI recommendations were released to the public, and what took place after that with the swearing in of a new government on the 5th of May. And I know persons who are familiar with the recommendation, especially A2 of the recommendation, where it spoke about Sir Hickenbottom recommending that there be an early and speedy review of the Constitution. And he is speaking this as if A1 was accepted. He's saying this like as if he's speaking to the governor and whomever the interim government would have been at that time. So he's recommending that there be an early and speedy review of the Constitution with the purpose of ensuring that abuses of the type he have identified do not recur, and establishing a constitution that will enable the people of the BVI to meet their aspirations, including those in respect of self-governance within the context of modern democracy. This is Hickenbottom's recommendation, basically telling the governor what he expects or what he wants him to do. He also said that it will require a constitution that is sufficiently robust to ensure adherence to the principles of good governance within government, but which also enables the progressive development of the BVI's own political institution. He said the constitutional review he proposes should be broad, without restricting the ambit in any way, and it will need to address some of the following issues that he highlighted. But the Premier made mention of one where it states the powers that need to be reserved to the governor, and how issues as to the exercise of devolved and reserved powers respectively, when they arise, are to be resolved. And those were some of he had about 7 different pointers for the constitutional review. He said the review he proposed that it should begin its work promptly and conclude its work within 1 year. But if the governor is persuaded he should extend it to no more than 18 months, and then return the elected government with the new constitution. Madam Speaker, we must be reminded that we are here today, and I know members who are concerned about us having to go through this process again, but we're here today because we averted the suspension of the Constitution, and we are now having the ability, with the approved reforms, as was approved, for us to take this territory on a new trajectory. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, we have to accept that things are different and adjust ourselves to this new reality. Because if we do not deal with what is reality, then all our policies and all our work will basically fall short of their intent targets. But we will continue to come up and do our part as we work for the people of this territory in this honorable house. We understand the importance, Madam Speaker, of a constitution. It sets the rules that a society governs or is governed by. Therefore, it follows that the people who are to be governed by a constitution should also have a say in the authoring and framing of the Constitution. And with the makeup, it was spoken of how the membership came about from different members in this honorable house. And they recommended persons, and if you look at the original 11, most of those persons remained with just additional members. Madam Speaker, over the years, we as a Virgin Islands people, we have embraced people from all around the world. They have integrated and they have lived among us, live and work among us. They raise their family among us. They contribute to the economy. They contribute to our society, to the economy, to the national development of our territory. They contribute socially. They contribute also to social causes. And, some have made the Virgin Islands their home. And we welcome them into the society. We welcome them a part of this society. And, we're hoping with this makeup we get contributions from all persons within this community. Well, Madam Speaker, we should not forget where we have come from our ancestors, those who have developed a way of life for us in this community, their values, the customs, the traditions, and we can't forget those ancestors that, had to go through the ordeal of slavery as well. There were persons who were able to buy their freedom and then work to buy the freedom of their loved ones. And when the slave masters, they fled after emancipation, our ancestors were practically stranded, and these islands were the only home that they knew. So they farmed and fished to survive. I often remember hearing my grandfather speak about how life was at those times, and they had little, but they made do with the little that they had. Did a lot of trading amongst themselves and sharing food and food items, and this helped one another survive in what they knew then. I always remember during my grandfather's time, he would get some of his friends and go to the ground and plant, and there was no exchange of money at that time. All I remember doing was my grandmother at those times cooking and making sure he had some kind of substance for them to drink during those times. But that is how they lived, and they lived as they know it during those times. They pool their resources together to survive. And Madam Speaker, these are all important for us to remember where we came from. And, with the composition of this, we're hoping that this would also be captured as to our history and where we came from, and hoping that this would be featured in some of the discussions going forward. And Madam Speaker, what is even more important to me than who is on the commission is the participation of the people of the Virgin Islands as we go through this process. The last constitutional review, their duty was to do research, go out, gather information. They got the community views. Then they deliberated, and then they draft their final report. I know that final report at that time, Madam Speaker, was 161 pages. But the end result of the Constitution was only it only totaled 55 pages. Because after the committee gather all this information and formulates the document, it's then gone to the UK for approval. And obviously, certain things made it in the constitutional review and some didn't. So, Madam Speaker, I just want to take this opportunity to encourage the public to attend the community meetings, the consultations. I presume they'll be started shortly, and voice their concerns. Let the members know exactly the vision that they have for this territory. I know there are conversations in little corners, but we are hoping that there are multiple platforms where persons will be able to voice their concerns. I know we're in a modern world, and we're hoping that we'll have some Zoom meetings as well, so that persons who may not be able to attend would be able to log on and voice their concerns virtually. We understand that a proper constitution needs to reflect the aspirations of the people. And people's participation is critical, because this is what we intend to use for the next 10 years, hopefully, and then we'll have a review at that time. Madam Speaker, as we go to the terms of reference, the wording of the original terms was so important. The original terms have, for the most part, they have been retained in this new revised terms. But let me say, in my estimation, the original terms, they were sufficiently broad as to capture all of the terms being added by this new amendment. And we understand these amended terms were just a mirror of the recommendations from the COI. For example, they spoke about statutory boards, independent institutions, systems for holding public office and holding elected officials accountable, and our mechanisms, as I mentioned earlier, for the transfer of powers to the devolved government in the future without a further change to the Constitution being required, amongst other things. And these amendments would give further guidance to the direction to the Commission. And I have no disagreement with that. I support this amended resolution. Madam Speaker, the terms that speaks to reassessing the vision of the Virgin Islands people and ensuring that we have a constitution that is in a strategic fit for realizing that vision, that is most important to me. That vision, and ensuring that the Constitution has that embodied in it. Because, Madam Speaker, the vision for a territory can change. And we need to be clear on what is the vision that our people hold for themselves. You always hear the former Chief Minister, Honorable Lavity Stout, always say, where there is no vision, people perish. So that is very important. A vision gives us a purpose and direction. And I hope to see Virgin Islanders and even belongers sharing what that vision is for our Virgin Islands. Madam Speaker, in 1949, our foreparents were concerned about the quality of it, and this led them to cast a vision, which was an inspiration to become a self-determined people. It was a pursuit of that vision that caused the return of the legislature to these shores, that led to the people being able to participate in the governance process. The return of the legislative function facilitated the growth of our economy, and our foreparents made laws to support the development of our tourism industry and later on our financial services industry. It is because we had a legislative function that we were able to have ministerial government and to be able to turn over our forced budget surplus and graduated out of granted aid. Madam Speaker, to my estimation, that vision and dream of our foreparents remains alive and relevant today. And if this is indeed so, we need to have this affirmed. If the will of the people has changed, then we need to know. So future governments will be clear on the aspect of their mandate. And we will hopefully be able to have a constitution that will help us to move in a direction of clearly defined goals. The voice of the people in this constitutional review process, again, is very important. If the people do not speak up, and if the information is not forthcoming, then we're not sure where we're heading, and it's necessary to formulate a new constitution that is aligned with the vision and the aspirations of these islands. Madam Speaker, I rise to second this resolution, and I'm full support of this amendment and the additional members of this Constitutional Review Commission. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, the floor is open for debate. I now call on the territorial member, Honorable Carvin Malone.
Madam Speaker, I, as usual, wish to thank you for the opportunity to state my position related to this most appropriate motion before the House. I consider it an honor, and I am privileged to be a member of this House at this time. I would ask that you allow me the privilege of referring to my notes from time to time, because unlike other presentations, I was careful to record, to write most of what I wish to present, so that it is actually concise in what we have to do. But I'll read first from a saying. The saying says that the eyes of the future are looking back at us, and they are praying for us to see beyond our own time. They are kneeling with hands clasped, that we might act with restraint, that we might leave room for a life that is destined to come. To protect what is wild is to protect what is gentle. One of the sayings I oft look back to. Madam Speaker, the 2022 Constitution Order Review Commission must be prepared to usher in a new approach in the relationship between Britain and the overseas territories in general, and the Virgin Islands in particular. This new relationship must be rooted in the four fundamental principles of self-determination, mutual obligations and responsibilities, freedom for the Virgin Islands to run their own affairs to the greatest degree possible, and a firm commitment by the UK to assist and initially guide the Virgin Islands in their socio-economic and political development. This commitment would extend in times of natural disasters, pandemics, and acts of aggression or affront to the well-being of the Virgin Islands. asserting one's right to explore and prepare for the benefits of future economic or political advancement, Madam Speaker, cannot and must not be viewed as an adversarial economic or political relationship. Indeed, it is a commitment made and agreed by all administrating authorities through the through the United Nations from as early as 1946 and legislated in the West Indies Act of 1962, and as the Premier has stated, later legislated when it comes to the Decolonization Committee. Madam Speaker, the 2007 Virgin Islands Constitution Order was laid before Parliament on the 14th of June 2007 and came into effect on the 15th of June 2007. The explanatory notes to this order in Council, and I quote, "This order establishes a new constitution for the Virgin Islands to replace the Constitution of 1976. The new constitution includes, for the first time, a chapter setting out the fundamental rights and freedoms of the individuals and provisions for their enforcement. It provides for a governor as Her Majesty's representative in the islands and for a premier and ministers who form a cabinet together with the Attorney General. It provides for an elected House of Assembly, which together with Her Majesty form the legislature. It will now be His Majesty form the legislature. The Eastern Caribbean Supreme Court will continue to have jurisdiction in the islands. Provision is made for a public service commission, a teaching service commission, a judicial and legal service commission, and a police service commission to provide advice on appointments to offices in these services. A new National Security Council is established, as is the Office of Director of Public Prosecution. Provision is also made, Madam Speaker, for public finance, a complaints commissioner, and a register of interest. End of quote. I am prepared to state that these advances placed in the 2007 order were all deliberate steps taken to prepare the Virgin Islands for further economic and political advancement. In contrast, and extremely concerning, Madam Speaker, the 2022 number 627 Virgin Islands Constitution Interim Amendment Order 2022 was laid before Parliament on the 9th of June 2022. Paragraph 1, subsection 2 states that this order shall come into force and on such day as the governor, acting in his or her discretion, may appoint by proclamation published in the Gazette. Madam Speaker, the explanatory note in this interim amendment order in Council reads, and I quote again, "The order suspends certain provisions of the Constitution of the Virgin Islands, in particular those relating to ministerial government and the House of Assembly. It vacates certain offices, including that of the Premier, and dissolves the House of Assembly. It makes temporary provision for the government of the Virgin Islands by the governor, who shall consult, except in prescribed circumstances, an advisory council, and may establish a consultative forum. This order is to expire 2 years after commencement unless it is continued in force or is sooner revoked by a further order in council. End of quote. The note further states, Madam Speaker, and I quote again, an impact assessment has not been produced for this instrument as no significant impact on the United Kingdom's private, voluntary, or public sector is foreseen. End of quote. Madam Speaker, at the 12th sitting of the second session on the 4th House of Assembly, dated February 10th, July 2020, the immediate past Premier and Minister of Finance introduced, and the House of Assembly approved a motion that reads, and I quote, now therefore, be it resolved that the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands has appointed the establishment of and the composition of the Constitutional Review Commission for the purpose of conducting a full review of the Virgin Islands Constitution Order 2007 with the terms of reference specified above. Madam Speaker, as presented on the order paper of this, the 6th sitting of the 4th session of the 4th House of Assembly dated Thursday, 21st July, as you say, some weeks ago, the current Premier and Minister of Finance has introduced, and the House is being asked to debate and approve a motion that reads, now therefore, be it resolved that the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands approve an increase in the composition of the Constitution Review Commission from 11 to 16 members, and to update an expansion of the terms of reference as specified above for the purpose of conducting a full review of the Virgin Islands Constitution, UK Statutory Instrument 2007, number 1678. Madam Speaker, let me just put in terms of information. Research says that there are two main forms in which the Constitution could exist. One is a codified Constitution. This is one that is contained in a single document, which is the single source of constitutional law in a state, a country, a nation, you may say. An uncodified constitution is a type of constitution where the fundamental rules often take the form of customs, of usage, of precedents, and a variety of statutes and legal instruments. The United Kingdom has an uncodified constitution. It vests ultimate authority in Parliament to make or unmake any law. Since there is no written constitution of the United Kingdom, any law passed by Parliament has the potential to be of constitutional significance, meaning that the authority for altering the United Kingdom Constitution ultimately lies with Parliament. Madam Speaker, allow me to introduce also the concept of the utilitarian principle. Madam Speaker, a utilitarian believes in the principle of the greatest good for the greatest number, an action which is taken for the good of all, if you may. It seems to be a case of being practically or morally correct without being buttressed by a codified constitution. And then there's the rule of law. Madam Speaker, the rule of law implies that every person is subject or subjected to the law. This includes persons who are lawmakers, law enforcement officers, and judges. It stands in contrast to tyranny or oligarchy, where the rulers are held above the law. Rule of law principles, Madam Speaker, are procedural in that the law must be the supreme law of the land, publicly declared, accountable to the law, fairness in the application of the law, separation of powers, participation in decision-making, legal certainty, avoidance of arbitrary rules, legal transparency, equality, equally enforced, and disputes settled by an independent judiciary. Madam Speaker, for the purpose of the Virgin Islands Constitution Order, an order in council refers to regulations issued by the sovereign on the advice of the Privy Council. In modern practice, the Virgin Islands Constitution Order amendments are issued only upon the advice of the minister in charge of the department concerned with the subject matter of the order, being responsible in Parliament for its contents. In the case of the Virgin Islands, the Foreign Secretary. In small language, Madam Speaker, as it relates to the Virgin Islands Constitution orders, on the advice of the Foreign Secretary to the Privy Council, the United Kingdom giveth, and the United Kingdom taketh away. During my debate, you will hear me ask, in this action, is this action constitutional? Is it unilateral, utilitarian, that is? Is it a unilateral act of Parliament, or does it comply to the rule of law? Simple questions on the surface. Madam Speaker, I have resolved to identify persons who are intent on structuring and developing ideas and plans for the best BVI that we can ever imagine. Yes, develop a one Virgin Islands agenda that transcends political and social biases, personal egos, religious boundaries, etc., etc., etc. And what better time than now? What better time than now, Madam Speaker, now that we have so many news, NEW, so many new. A new British monarch, new UK Prime Minister, new UK Foreign Secretary, new UK Minister of Overseas Territories, new Virgin Islands Commission of Inquiry recommendations, new Virgin Islands Constitution Amendment Order, a new VI Premier, a new VI Government of National Unity, a new Speaker, a new opposition member, a new membership proposed for the Virgin Islands Constitution Review Commission, new terms of reference proposed for the VI Constitution Commission. The only thing missing is a people's-centered agenda. Madam Speaker, we have a lot of work to do. The challenge is to create concise, people-centered, well-articulated positions on issues of social development, economics, physical development, constitutional issues, judicial issues, human resource development, agriculture, farming, self-determination issues, religious issues, the specific concerns of each island in the chain, and that's only to name a few. Madam Speaker, these and other critical discussions must be addressed so that the path forward would be made abundantly clear, or as clear as possible. We cannot avoid the serious discussions any further. Serious discussion number one: whose Constitution Review Commission is it? Is it the people of the Virgin Islands? Is it cabinet? Is it the House of Assembly? Is it the governors? Or is it Sir Gary Hickenbottom? Who, it could be concluded, was the sole judge and jury of a pre-structured commission of inquiry, report, and sets of recommendations. Madam Speaker, if it can be considered a people-centered Constitution Review Commission, there are additional terms of reference that the people of the Virgin Islands may wish to be specifically debated and decided. A, inclusion of a provision for referendum based on a 2/3 vote approval by the House of Assembly and a simple majority of the voting public. That's A. B, consideration for the development of a timeline for a referendum to decide on becoming a unitary sovereign democratic state as His Majesty as head of state in the first instance, and the nomination and selection of a Virgin Islands national as Governor General. C, inclusion of a provision for recall of elected representatives based on 2/3 of the votes cast from over 50% of the registered voters in the representative's constituency. D, administration and responsibility of the civil service to be devolved to a ministry. E, inclusion of term limits constructed on a 3-skip-1 basis for membership to the House of Assembly. F, consider Anegada and Jocelyn Dyke becoming declared as districts 10 and 11 by reducing the number of at-large seats from 4 to 2. Expose the functionality of the 2 at-large representatives being selected as premier and deputy premier. That one caught the attention of everyone that read it. Discussion number 2, Madam Speaker, should all attempts be made to convince the newly appointed UK Foreign Secretary, Member of Parliament, the Honorable James Cleverly, to advise the Privy Council and the United Kingdom Parliament to revoke the Virgin Islands Constitution Interim Amendment Order 2022 number 627, which suspends certain provisions of the Constitution of the Virgin Islands, in particular those related to ministerial government and the House of Assembly. At best, Madam Speaker, it is challenging, if not unrealistic, for the people of the Virgin Islands to have free, open, and unabridged conversations in regards to a new constitution order with such a weapon pointed at them, such a guillotine, so to speak, looming over their heads. Do this or else. Madam Speaker, I wouldn't at this time go through my personal feeling about the Commission of Inquiry in terms of how it was set up, but I would say that I am on record in that commission of leaving a document which states that most of the recommendations that will come out of it, and this was left on the 12th of June 2021, so it was long before the recommendations came out, that most of the recommendations would be best suited for the Virgin Islands because it would put us in a position where the people of the Virgin Islands can begin to have confidence of governance of the Virgin Islands by Virgin Islanders. Certain aspects of it had gone out of the door. Madam Speaker, what I cannot accept is that all of the advances made by your people through the 52 years of since the Constitution has been been replaced in 1950. How many years are we talking? 72? 72. And the many years since ministerial government, all of what we had asked to do, that our people asked of our people, was done. In 1962, when the offer was made to go, I always call it semi-independent, our leaders, in my view, correctly said no, because we had to get ministerial government implemented first. We had to get our roads built first. We had to get our airports built first. We had to get our hospitals first. We had to get our schools first. We had to get our administration building first. We had to get all of what we enjoy. We've done it. In fact, we've done it so well that when we go for even assistance, Madam Speaker, for any funding from the perils of natural disasters, we're told we have done such a good job, you don't need our help. We're not giving you anything. You can do it yourself. You have big reserves. You have the ability to do this. So we are the only ones who feel as if we can't do this. You go for help, they tell you no. You're too rich to be poor. And we down here feeling, well, look, we can't do this. Madam Speaker, there's a serious discussion that has to be had. Serious discussion number 3. The 2007 Virgin Islands Constitution, from the very beginning of the formation of the Commission, was aimed at further preparing the Virgin Islands for self-determination. There seems to be a reversal of this goal, or in reality, there seems to be compliance to the philosophy that neither the UK or any of the overseas territories currently wish for further political autonomy of any kind or fashion. How else can this be determined than through the conduct of a referendum? The Special Committee on Decolonization, Madam Speaker, this committee for the implementation of the Declaration on the granting of independence to colonial countries and peoples, also known as the Special Committee on Decolonization, or the C24, to which the Premier have made many journeys, was established in 1961 by the United Nations General Assembly as its subsidiary organ devoted to the issue of decolonization pursuant to General Assembly Resolution 1654, Roman numeral 16, of 27 November 1961. In accordance with the General Assembly Resolution 1654, the C24 was mandated to examine the application of the Declaration on the granting of independence to colonial countries and peoples. General Assembly Resolution 54 of 14 December 1960, hereafter referred to as the Declaration, and number 2, to make suggestions and recommendations on the progress and extent of the implementation of the Declaration. The C24 commenced its work in 1962. The C24, Madam Speaker, annually reviews the list of non-self-governing territories to which the Declaration is applicable. It also hears statements from representatives of the non-self-governing territories at its annual sessions. It dispatches various missions to non-self-governing territories and annually organizes regional seminar. But then in 1986, there was a letter that was written by the United Kingdom mission to the United Nations by J.A. Thompson. It was on the 30th of January 1986. Madam Speaker, it says, "Dear Chairman," and I will read from paragraph 3 and paragraph 4. It says that the vast majority of the non-self-governing territories for which the United Kingdom was previously responsible have chosen and now enjoy independence. A small number, however, prefer to remain in close association with the United Kingdom. And although they are able to modify their choice at any time, it seems unlikely that any will do so in the near future. In these circumstances, the colonial era, as far as the United Nations and its remaining non-self-governing territories are concerned, is over, done, finished. I added those 2 words. There seems no need for the United Nations to devote time and resources to the special study of these territories' affair. United Nations to devote. This is of the committee. Accordingly, I am writing to let you know that my government, that is the UK government, have decided that the United Kingdom will henceforth not take part in the work of the Special Committee on Decolonization or its subcommittees. You and the other members of the Special Committee may rest assured that we will continue strictly to fulfill our responsibilities under the UN Charter towards our non-self-governing territories, particularly the responsibilities set out in Article 73. We shall also inform the Secretary General of any relevant political and constitutional developments in those territories. But for now, colonial era is done. Serious discussion must take place. Number 4, what preparations are required to facilitate sustainable socio-economic development and political advancement? It is my considered view, Madam Speaker, that the following questions must be raised and vigorously debated by our territory's strategic partners and by Virgin Islanders and belongers. These questions should include, but should not be limited to: are we now prepared to collectively decide what we want? B, are we prepared to clearly state what we do not want for the BVI? C, is it acceptable or correct for the United Kingdom to seek to impose its global Britain agenda on the people of the Virgin Islands as an overseas territories, whether subliminally or unilaterally? D, what do we desire from our continuing relationship with the United Kingdom as an overseas territory? E, should self-determination be actively pursued by the BVI at this time, in keeping with the UN mandate of decolonization of all non-self-governing territories by 2030? F, should closer relationships be forged with our 5 neighboring overseas territories of the United Kingdom? G, should our neighboring overseas territories seek to create a joint union of United Kingdom overseas territories as an independent body with the monarch as head of state. Should the Virgin Islands seek to forge closer political, economic, and social relationships with CARICOM states and other administrating powers? What are the vulnerabilities of our economic pillars, and how can they be addressed with the goal of strengthening and diversifying our economy? We must explore, Madam Speaker, other issues and must take them into consideration, have them debated, have them addressed at this critical time in our economic, political, and social evolvement or evolution as a people with proper reflection of our history. Madam Speaker, these discussions and more are on the minds and lips of a number of persons and must be addressed. I shall seek the leave and approval of the House to include the additional 7 topics that I have stated above that were clearly and earlier cited. The United Kingdom seek to include their list from their COI report for consideration. The people of the Virgin Islands seek to include their list from conversations held by people throughout the territory. So I'm not sure as to the exact procedure, but what I'm saying is this, Madam Speaker. I have enlisted 6 of the particular provisions that we would like the Constitution Review Commission to consider in their deliberation when they go to the people of the Virgin Islands, and to have them specifically listed as main areas to be included and expanded in the motion that is currently on the floor. So, Madam Speaker, at this time, if it is that we can have a second to the motion to have those 7 issues amended or seeking to amend the motion that is on the floor, I would be quite pleased for anyone to be able to get up and to be able to have those done. If we need them repeated, I can do so, but I think that most folks there in the record, and I'll see whether or not we have a second to that particular. Inclusion of a provision for referendum based on a 2/3 votes approved by the House of Assembly and a simple majority of the voting public. Consideration for the development of a timeline for a referendum to decide on becoming a unitary, sovereign, democratic state with His Majesty as head of state in the first instance, and the nomination and selection of a Virgin Islands national as Governor General, inclusion of a provision for recall of elected representatives based on the 2/3 of the votes cast from over 50% of the registered voters in the representatives' constituency, administration and responsibility of the civil service to be devolved to a ministry, inclusion of term limits constructed on a 3-skip-1 basis for membership to the House of Assembly, considering Anegada and Jocelyn Dyke being declared as districts 10 and 11 by reducing the number of at-large seats from 4 to 2, hence avoiding increasing the number of membership in the House of Assembly from 13 to 15, and explore the functionality of 2 at-large representatives being selected as Premier and Deputy Premier. I wait with a bated breath for a second.
Well, at this time, I will interrupt you, Honorable
Sorry,
Member.
yeah.
I do believe for what you seek, which is an amendment to the motion, in accordance with Standing Order 34-3, we would have to be guided that such amendment be proposed at the close of this debate for this motion. But just before I put the question in respect of the motion. But what I'll do at this time, just to confirm that position, which I believe it to be, I will just take a brief recess and then we will reconvene. This House is now in recess. This House now resumes its sitting. Honorable Carvin Malone, Territorial Member, I note that you wish to make a motion to amend. At this time, in following Standing Order 34-3, we will wait till the close of the debate, and at that point, you can rise to move that motion. Thank you. Is there any other member that wish to debate on this current motion on the floor? Yes, member of the 9th District, Honorable Wheatley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to say a few words on this most important resolution we have before us as it pertains to our Constitution. You might have heard members mention before, it's a normal thing for us to go through constitutional change. We've had many for many, many years. The first constitution that the BVI had, I think was the first House of Assembly, was all the way in 1773. And we've had stuff happen between then until 2007, I think was the last one. So in modern times, since we got ministerial government in 1967, that came out of the Proudfoot report, it is normal to reevaluate our circumstances and to make amendments to the Constitution as we move towards greater autonomy, whatever that would come out to be. So here we are in 2022. So the last one really should have happened around 2017, like you heard before. Because of the hurricanes, it got delayed. But now we're here in 2022, and we've put together a committee. And many things have been said about the committee, its composition, sister islands, females. I have no issue at all with the composition of that committee. The terms of reference is something else. See, Madam Speaker, I was telling my wife yesterday morning when we were discussing Constitution and other things, I think sometimes we find ourselves dabbling in leaves when we should be more dealing with branches, roots, and trunks of matters. We are playing around a committee that's supposed to go out there into the public, is my understanding, and solicit the views of the public. And those final views is what will go forward. Between the BVI and the UK, there is a constitutional relationship that technically, I guess, is supposed to lead to greater autonomy. But that has been in question for a long, long time. And I often wonder and I ask myself, is this a real journey? Are we on a real journey or are we just playing games? There's a famous anthropologist named Bill Maher who wrote several books, interesting books, I must add, and many about the BVI. And he did a study, spent a year living in the BVI studying various things, and he touched a lot on politics and the whole idea of self-determination. I read his book about 20 years ago, and I never forgot one thing he said. It always stuck with me. He said the BVI is in a never-ending march towards independence, self-determination, greater autonomy. He said we're just going to speak about it and do absolutely nothing. It's in his book. That's about 20 years ago I read that book, Bill Maher. There was a book called Land, Law, and Citizenship, a study of the BVI, something like that. But I've seen that same sentiment expressed in other places. You heard earlier the Committee of 24, who said basically they might want to go independent, gone independent, and those who haven't gone is because they're happy. So somehow that message is out there that we just, playing as if we're trying to do something. But we really ain't doing nothing. So we come here now, another time, with a constitutional review. Well, what are we trying to do? Madam Speaker, what are we trying to do? I've asked this question many times, what are we trying to do? There are decisions that we have to make, and I don't think we're really seriously trying to make these decisions. So we come with a review now. We're going to go through. I don't know what's going to cost us. And then we get some suggestions about certain things. Things may change. Things may not change. Madam Speaker, the one I see in here, it's 10E. To review the next step towards self-determination for the territory of the Virgin Islands. Oh, we have steps already? Somebody said that this is where we are going, and these are the steps that we're going to follow, and now we're going to figure out what the next one is. Madam Speaker, I think we need to be deliberate. I've said several times, deliberate and intentional about what we are doing. If you're going for self-determination, let us say so. And let's get a proper roadmap drawn up for self-determination. So when we come in here, we know, well, we have these 20-point steps, and at the end of this here is self-determination. But sometimes we just like to talk because we like to hear ourselves talk and do nothing. And I think that time has long gone. That time has long gone when we come in here and talk about constitutional review to end up, right now it's an order and council over our head. An order and council that the governor has to go and gazette that thing, and we're gone. All 13 of us are gone. But we are talking about constitutional review. So maybe we should say that this should never happen again. That the territory should never be put in a position where anybody can put an order and council over your head and then tell you come negotiate about your constitution, where you want to go, your aspirations as a people. Let's talk about that. But meanwhile, I have an order in council. We're playing with leaves. We're playing in leaves. Let's get all these leaves. Let's start coming down in the branches in the trunk and ask ourselves, are we going to go through this review in good faith, in trust, in a sensible partnership? And I said, no. Clearly, the UK don't trust us to do anything. Else they wouldn't have an order in council. I mean, you don't say you don't trust me. Because you have an order in council over my head. So we're not going forward, Madam Speaker, in my opinion, in good faith. I like what we're trying to do. It's a good thing. But it is simply an exercise because it is expected. We had Lightfoot in 65, and the others go up the line. It's just another exercise. Are we going to get serious and say, here is where we are going? And furthermore, put a timeline to it. We know all the challenges we have that work to do, so it wouldn't happen in 2 years or 3 years, because we all know we like to hate each other. We don't trust each other. The Premier said it. We are very much more concerned about checks and balances than anything else. I got to make sure that you ain't doing that. You're busy checking on the wolf them when the shepherd having dinner every other day. Bring the fattest sheep, bring the fattest calf, having dinner. But you trying to figure out, make sure the wolf don't get none. The wolf can't, the wolf starving. But the shepherd could eat free. Could eat free. And you have more faith in the shepherd who eat new every day than the wolf who can't get, because the shepherd makes sure the place fence up and the sheep safe from the wolf. All the shepherd is making sure he's securing his dinner. Don't confuse that there for love. Don't confuse it at all. And if you study our history, like most folks don't like to do, for whatever reason, you will see this struggle we into the constitutional struggle didn't just start. It didn't just start at all. It went all the way back to early 1800s. I asked a question there, a provocative question. I go into the root. I type playing in leaves. And I ask somebody, they say, oh, let's get serious and decide where we're going from here. So I asked the person, what do you think you are? For you to decide you're going from here, you want it to change. Well, where are you? And I asked the question, do you know how the people you're negotiating with feel about you? Do you know what they think about you? And I went back to that old story we've all heard about, the story of the Zang massacre. And for those who might have heard the story, this is a record. I think it was 1781, I think, we had the Zang massacre. 1781. It was a slave ship owned by some English people, an English company, and it was bringing slaves from Africa to the Caribbean. And during the journey, it's a long journey, they got what's called a doldrums. It's a part of the ocean where there's no wind. And they weren't power ships, they were sail ships, sailboats. And the ship with the slaves on it stopped. But of course, because the boat ain't moving, ain't mean you ain't hungry. So you got to feed the crew, you got to feed the slaves. And naturally, you ain't moving going nowhere. You start running out of food and water. So the captain made a decision to just throw the slaves overboard and then go and claim insurance. Just throw them overboard. Nothing, just throw them overboard. Let the sharks eat them. And then go back to the UK and claim insurance. And they had insurance. And insurance said, well, not so fast. I assure you made the right decision about this situation of throwing slaves overboard. So they started asking questions and end up in court. It became a very popular case back then too. And the court couldn't set it, it ended up in the Privy Council up in the UK. And the judge ruled that the captain was right. He said, had it been horses or cows or Africans or ancestors, it makes no difference. Clearly a loss of cargo. It's in the record in the Privy Council, the judge. Things happen afterwards. In other words, you ain't worth nothing. Just straight overboard. The horse or cow or ancestors, throw them overboard. So because they weren't human. My question is, how do they feel about us today? We are the descendants of those same people. Do they see us differently because they have new legislation? When there was civil rights matters in the States, Martin Luther King agitated a lot for changing legislation. And somebody asked him, legislation, you think that would make them like us? He said, no, legislation is designed to change behavior, and over time, it modifies attitude. See, you can't make them love each other, but you can make them behave in a certain way. And that's what happened. They brought in these various laws to modify things over time. We all know how the laws went down, leading up to 1834. A law was passed 100 years before, 1733, I think it was, to come into effect 100 years after the fact. And I asked the question, how do they feel about us today? I've never got an answer about it. Nobody. Brother Fraser, how do they feel about us today? Are they negotiating? Are they seeing us as who we think we are? When we talk about autonomy, we want to own this. This is our place, our land. And they're saying, you all read the blogs. The only thing they say is shut up, you're owned by us. It's the only thing left to be said now. Shut up and just take what you get because look, it's our property. And we have to watch these kind of attitudes out there because they play out in some very funny ways. So when we come and talk about constitutional review, are we playing games? Are they playing games with us? Let's do this to make them feel good. And to make sure they comply, we put an order in council and put it over your head to make you comply. We had a House of Assembly 1773, and it was a backward and forward. And as early as around 1834, the UK, 1854, sorry, the records show it, could go and do your own research, that the UK wanted direct rule over the BVI. It goes that far back. It goes way back in. But back in those days, just like we have conflicts between ourselves there, they too had conflicts among themselves. Everybody here knows a version of the story of Arthur Hodge. And if you ask anybody what happened to Arthur Hodge, they will tell you he was the first white planter to get hanged for killing a black slave. Or you got 1811, I think the year was when that happened. And that's the version you would hear. But there are other versions to that story. Because if you do research about Arthur Hodge and who he was and how powerful he was, he had some powerful enemies also. And he seemed like a very ambitious man. He owned half a Tatolo. He was a very powerful man, but he had powerful friends. And they wanted to get rid of him. That was a convenient excuse. As a matter of fact, I think the record shows that Privy Council overturned the hanging. But in those days, there was no cell phone to tell the people here, hey, don't hang that man, because the court overruled the hanging. By the time the article got here, he was long on the ground. Here. The slave was a convenient excuse. There wasn't no hanging for no slave, because that was property. So, go back to 1834, where the UK had all kind of back and forwards about the BVI constitution and what needs to happen with the BVI and the relationship. And they almost did direct rule back then, but the local persons there didn't allow it. They went against the wishes of London. And they got away with it for a little bit, until 1867, when they again kind of abolished the Constitution and imposed a House of Assembly. 1867. And that House of Assembly ran from then until 2002, when they saw no need for it. You heard the Premier speaking earlier about the advances we made when we were the ones making the laws. 1902, no council in the BVI, none. Everything came through Antigua or St. Kitts or someplace else. And that's when all the things started to happen here. And then in 1949, you had the march, and in 1950, the restoration of the Legislative Council. Now, I always found that those two houses, the one that was dissolved and the one that came back, two very different ones. The ones that left in 1902 and the one that came back in 1950 look very different. And I always ask myself, well, how do UK really feel about this? And how those who are displaced, so to speak, feel about this? Because to be in a house back then, you had to be a landowner, like a planter. And some free slaves were able to buy property. Like the two first mulattoes who were allowed in the House of Assembly came from the Sister Islands. The two first mulattoes came from the Sister Islands. So when I look at the Constitutional Review here, and the Sister Islands is reflected here, it shows how important the Sister Islands was even back then. Even when they start allowing the local population, so to speak, into the House of Assembly, one was from Virgin Islands, O'Neill, and one was from Charles Van Dyke. So it's good to see that we're still keeping the Sister Islands intact by making sure on this constitutional review, the Sister Islands are properly represented. That Dr. Steve Lemon, I think I saw on there, a former student. He runs the Virgin Islands campus. He knows his history. He reads a lot. He understands where we came from as a people and where we need to go to as a people. We have work to do. Checks and balances in every country is important. And we have to make sure, like you heard the Premier said earlier, that we build institutions, which we've started doing. We have to build institutions to make sure that there's trust, accountability within elected persons. It has been probably at an all-time low right now in terms of our credibility in this house. And all of us come here with one thing in mind, to help our people and to make the British Virgin Islands a better place. I think sometimes, I've said it before, I think sometimes we get so caught up in the engine of government, in the engine of the service, and the engine of making things happen. Sometimes the very people we are here to serve gets left out. And if you're going to be in here to serve people, we have to make sure we are serving them what they need and what they want. So consultation is so important. And that's why it's important that the body understands they must go all around and get the views of every single person. It must be, and feed it back, it must be collective. Madam Speaker, the Israelites end up in Egypt, and the records show they were there for 430 years before Moses was called to free the people. The record shows that not one of them were given citizenship. So they could live. They had nothing to really. Of course, they enjoyed the lifestyle. They admired the pharaohs and all the fancy stuff. Egypt, even they had to make straw, brick without straw, they didn't really mind. But they weren't intended to be there, so they had to leave. But they went to Egypt. They had a famine and they had to go down for their survival. We wasn't there no trip across the Atlantic. We were brought here. We were brought to this part of the world unwillingly. Has the attitude changed towards us? Is there a new attitude to recognize us? Is there a new attitude? Do we need to have a Moses, Brother Fraser? Do we need a Moses to get us where we need to go? I've seen it after the hurricanes, where persons were displaced from their normal homes or their homes were damaged. But 4 years later, they were still living there. They got comfortable in a bad place. And that is wrong. If you have a roof over your head and all the windows in, why are you living in a house with half a roof off and no windows in? You've gotten comfortable now in a bad place. And I've seen it kind of coming through some of us where we've gotten comfortable in a place we should not be. And it's time for us to move from where we are and move to where we need to be. Where are those leaders who are going to take us there? Where are the Moses and Aaron and all the rest who are going to take us out of Egypt and put us where we need to be? Who's going to take us there? This is not a journey for cowards or the faint of heart. It's called for bold, deliberate decisions. It's called for strong leadership. People who are afraid to be criticized. Because God knows when I stand in this seat here, it's pure criticism you're going to get. Pure criticism. But like I said earlier, the eyes of the future looking back, hoping that we make the right decisions now. And we cannot be scared to make the right decisions. We cannot be scared. Brother Reimer, we cannot be scared to make those bold decisions. We sing it in our territorial song, courage for our leaders. You're afraid to say we're getting independent? Are we, by 2030, you're afraid? That's what it is? You're afraid and call it down and say you're crazy? You're afraid? Is that what it is? Courage. Courage for our people, our leaders, to take us from where we are to where we need to get to. This Constitutional Review hopefully can do that. I quoted the governor one time as saying the COI will help us get to self-determination. I don't know if he was joking or serious, maybe. He did say so. It's recorded. We can use this situation that we have now and make the BVI a better place for generations yet to come. But we have to stop playing in leaves. Let's get to the root of the problems that we're experiencing. Let's have this difficult conversation with our people. You can't be afraid to go to the people because they might tell you what you don't want to hear. That is part of the process. They will tell you what you don't want to hear. They will make you feel uncomfortable. Because until you feel uncomfortable, you're going to stay exactly where you are. Whether it's a good place or a bad place because you're comfortable. And some of us are too comfortable. And we need to come out of that comfort zone and do the right thing with the people who send us here. That is to make this place a better place for all of us. I hear the cries of the people every single day, and it's not good. You cannot have our people living without hope. You have to make sure we inspire hope in our people that they could know and believe that through what we are doing in this house here, there's going to be a better BVI 10, 15 years down the road. If they don't feel that way, and it hurts me so hard, so much, when I hear a person say, I wish you could just come and take us over. Oh, that'll be my, oh, come UK. What is that? Has the effect of slavery so damaged us that all we could see is to go back there to our Savior? We are so damaged. I saw a report the other day, and I was talking about the lingering effects of slavery and abolition. And one of the things they pointed out, and they used Jamaica. They say when the UK left Jamaica, two of the legacies were illiteracy and poor health. Illiteracy, around 80% illiteracy in Jamaica, and poor health once they got independence in 1962. Their history is there, the record is there, that when they left Jamaica, independent country, they were illiterate. They were illiterate and sick. And today, hypertension, diabetes, still pervasive in the Caribbean. Legacies of that history that we have. Let's not hide it. It happened. We're not blaming anybody for anything. We'll come to that another day. Because there are many who are alive now who are benefiting still from what happened back there. But let's not talk for another day. Right now, we're looking at our constitutional review and what it needs to do for us as a people. It needs to bring our pride back, our self-esteem, our dignity, our hope, our confidence in our leaders. It's at an all-time low right now. We need to fix those things so the people coming behind us, we need to make sure our history is taught. You can't teach everything in school, after school. Do videos, get books written of our history, of our experiences, so those who come and understand the struggles we've been through, where we are, and where we are trying to get to. We must tell them where we're going. Just kicking a can down a road, kicking this can down this road, nobody know where you're going. You say if you know where you're going, any road takes you there. Let's get serious about our Constitution and what it needs to do for us, Madam Speaker, at this point in time, in our juncture. In a couple of years from now, it will be almost 200 years since the abolition of slavery. 200 years. And I'm not saying the effects of that situation can go away in 200 years. I don't really know. It may take longer than that. But the thing is, we shouldn't wait for things to just happen. Let's be deliberate and intentional about what needs to happen, where we are going, and how we are going to get there. Let's look to ourselves. Don't look outside to anybody else to come in here and do for us what we ought to be doing for ourselves, Madam Speaker. We ought to be doing more, but we have to be deliberate, establish popular behavior that I see all too often around here. We need to get serious. Let's take this opportunity. Let's take this place we're in now. I saw a little thing on the Facebook today that says, even your shadow leaves you when you're in a dark place. We're in a dark place now, so don't look for company sometimes. Your shadow gone, you're alone, we're alone, because we're in a dark place. We don't have no shadow. It's just we, because we're in a dark place right now. And we need to take ourselves out of where we are and take us to where we need to go to. So, Madam Speaker, I look forward to the committee, and during the consultations, again, like I said before, I encourage everyone to come out to these meetings, these very important meetings, and give your input. This is about our future, the future of this country. Come out and give your input. Get it to us how you can. Speak it, email it, text it, whatever. Make sure your input is captured. It is important. We can no longer play around with this situation here. And that's in my opinion, now is a good time, really, really good time, to make those policy moves. And this consultation here, this committee, I believe is a great committee. I love the members on it. They bring a wide perspective, a wide range of perspectives to a colossal question. Where do we in the BVI want to go, and how we get in there? A lot of questions, a lot of discussions to be had. But let's take this period in our history to address these difficult. Let's come out and leave them playing up there. Let's come down on the tree trunk. Let's get down the dirt to the roots and address this problem. I grew up hearing all kind of things. You go through all the records, 1960 something, someday we're going independent, someday, no. But nobody have made any moves towards doing it. Let's do that now. Let's find that courage deep down to put some dates on where we're going. Definite timelines. Step A to Z. Here's where we're going. Here's how we're getting here. Put in your measuring stick so you can know if you're getting there or not. Naysayers, you're going to get them. Oh, who's going to protect you? What money you're going to spend? What if, what? If those countries were independent now, took that position, they would not be independent. And I think we're in a far better place now than they were when they got independence. This question of trust again, Madam Speaker, it bothers me because the history is there. And if you Google 14 African countries that had to pay France for the independence, you'll be shocked to see what countries who seek independence go through. You cannot just go and walk away because we say we want to go independent or we want. You're not going to walk away. The history doesn't show that they just walk away. Haiti is still paying for their independence. All of us born with Haiti independent. First free country in the Western Hemisphere. And France and the US made them pay daily for their independence. I think they finished paying a few years ago if they ain't still paying. They're paying, they have to pay for the independence. So don't think we're going to decide we want autonomy, we want this, we want to be able to do this. And the UK say, oh, go right ahead. Carry on. No, it's not going to work like that. You're going to fight for this one. You're going to fight for this one. Because once you leave them, that they're playing around, you start coming down to terra firma, real estate, trunk, roots, and ground. Different ball game then, different ball game. So the consultations is so important that we all get on the same page to fight this battle of deciding where we as a country want to go and the steps we need to take to get there. Again, Madam Speaker, as I close, I just want to encourage persons. The committee is ready to move. I've spoken to a few of them. They're like, don't debate too long because we're ready to hit the ground running. We have work to do. And we have to respect the committees, the alacrity, the excitement to want to start this very important process. I look forward to the process. I look forward to the outcome. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Any other member wish to debate on this before we proceed? Okay. Minister for Natural Resources and Labor, Honorable Melvin Turnbull.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to give my support to and then lend my contributions to this resolution before this Honorable House for the Constitutional Review Committee of these beloved Virgin Islands. Madam Speaker, hearing the debate so far and the depths and the feelings and the thoughts of the members that spoke before me, Madam Speaker, I believe I owe it to the people that have graciously entrusted me to serve in this capacity as member for the 2nd District to share my views, which is, I think, a good representation of their views, their thoughts, and ideas. Madam Speaker, the composite of this review committee, the history of it, and I must, as I have declared, my interest, because my father is in fact a member of this committee. But, Madam Speaker, this committee is tasked with fielding, seeking, and understanding the needs, concerns, desires, and aspirations of the Virgin Islands people. Some 15 years since the last order came into its effect. Madam Speaker, I want to ensure that the people of the Virgin Islands understand that anytime you are about to make a move of progression or upward mobility, the forces that will come against you to try to hinder your progress will be very great. I want the people of the Virgin Islands to understand, accept, and appreciate as well that every single time you are about to take a step in a different direction, even making moves that would have positive impacts, the enemies that and the forces that are all about will show their ugly heads. The enemies that are without as well as the enemies that are within. And Madam Speaker, we must also and always be mindful, be careful and vigilant to appreciate that they are there and that they do serve a purpose. We also must appreciate and accept that in order to go to a higher height, in order to get to deeper depths, you must be willing to go through a lot of difficulty. You must be willing to be stretched beyond your wildest thought or imagination. That's the true definition of growth, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, while it took some teething pains to get us to this point, if you look at the 31 years before the Constitution, before the 2007, you would understand that this Virgin Islands that we call home and we love has been on this road to progression. On yesterday, I spoke on another matter about the 70 years that we have been on a journey towards charting our own course. And it is not without the tests, the trials, and the struggles. Because, Madam Speaker, as I've learned that you cannot have a testimony without a test. And you cannot have a message without some mess. So there's Virgin Islands that we love. And the success stories that we've been able to accomplish over the life of this territory has come with difficulty, has come with challenges, has come with its level of scrutiny and adversity. But nonetheless, Madam Speaker, this people, this territory, and this great little nation that we call home continues to rise. It continues to rise on the backs and the forefathers, on the strength and the prayers of prayer warriors, and a belief and a hope that we must do all that is possible to ensure that the education and the preservation of our children is realized, that they are given every single fighting opportunity to become successful, that they are given every single opportunity to be able to attempt and take that calculated risk to attain their hopes and dreams, to be given the chance, Madam Speaker, to fail, as Denzel Washington often says, to fail and to fail often. Madam Speaker, the story is told of Reggie Jackson, who struck out thousands of times. And when you look at Reggie Jackson, this great baseball player, you don't hear about the amount of times he struck out. You hear about the number of home runs that he hit. But he couldn't get to home runs without being able to miss and to be struck out the number of times, because he was failing to perfect his talent. So, Madam Speaker, the adversity and the trials that continue to confront us as a territory, it is not something that we should be surprised about. It just simply means that we are going somewhere. Because if you don't have adversity and you don't have trials or struggles, it means everyone is comfortable with you and they're looking for somebody else or something else to focus their energy on. And Madam Speaker, I have no doubt that this Virgin Islands is going somewhere. I am not, however, misguided by those who insist and persist that we should remain where they think we should remain. I am not misguided by those who set their traps so that we may fall in, so that we can be the laughing stock around their dinner tables. I am not misguided by those selfish individuals, Madam Speaker, who would try to take every opportunity possible to make things about themselves, to be popular, Madam Speaker, to have the biggest and the brightest and the best opinion on every subject matter, to seem intelligent, or those who take every opportunity possible, Madam Speaker, to criticize every single thought, decision, and action that is taken. Not even, Madam Speaker, those selfish individuals and self-serving individuals who want to become popular all of a sudden. Madam Speaker, after the hurricanes in 2017, I remember saying something then, that it cannot be about me, I, or my. Whatever we're going to do in this Virgin Islands has to be about we, because we are stronger together. The only how we will get through is how we've been able to get through, where we bend our hands, where we put our minds together, where we use the resources that God has blessed us with to dig a little bit deeper, to invest a little bit more, and to push a little bit harder towards the success of this territory. Madam Speaker, the composition of this body, the Honorable Premier touched on it. And I will not be misguided to not highlight that if it wasn't for certain things and certain occurrences, we wouldn't be in the position that we are in. Certain decisions that had to be made wouldn't necessarily be made in the way in which they were made. And the attention, Madam Speaker, might not have been focused on this government of national unity in the way that it is now focused. Madam Speaker, the speaker before me, a member for the night, spoke about getting to the root. I've been talking about the root since 2015. Because things don't just happen, they are caused. And we cannot not help our people understand where we're going if we don't first realize, accept, and proclaim where we are and where we came from. Madam Speaker, this Virgin Islands, for the 7 years that I have been elected, has gone through, from 2015 to now, has gone through some roller coasters, has gone through, as Bujubandan said, some not easy roads. It's not an easy road. And there are those, Madam Speaker, those who have served, those who proclaim to be friends, who have put traps in our way, who have put snares in our paths, who have even single-handedly tried to keep us held hostage. But Madam Speaker, nevertheless, we persevere. We persevere against the storms of 2017. We persevere against the pandemic of 2019. We persevere, Madam Speaker, against a commission of inquiry that has all of a sudden, Madam Speaker, in some people's mind, highlighted every single thing that is bad about these Virgin Islands. Because it is always good to have a conversation about the negative. But seldom you hear conversation about positives. But Madam Speaker, it was all, and it is all necessary. The scripture says, Madam Speaker, that all, and we know that all things work together for our good. And I heard a preacher one time, Madam Speaker, challenge and said, things don't work because things can't work. People work. And systems don't work unless people do work. But Madam Speaker, I believe every single thing that has happened, sorry, Mr. Speaker. You pull the switcheroo on me, Deputy Speaker. I apologize. Mr. Speaker, yeah, it wouldn't be good if the camera picked him up, and I'm saying Madam Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is important for us to understand that everything that has happened to us was necessary and is necessary. Because it opens our eyes, it opens our understanding, it opens our focus to understand that, yes, there are some things that we have done wrong. Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, sorry, Mr. Speaker, we ask this question of where we're going. And in 2007, a group of individuals put together a piece of document that reads, whereas the people of the territory of the Virgin Islands have over centuries evolved with a distinct cultural identity, which is the essence of a Virgin Island, acknowledging that the society of the Virgin Islands is based upon certain moral, spiritual, and democratic values, including a belief in God, the dignity of human person, the freedom of individual, and respect for the fundamental rights and freedoms and the rule of law. Mindful that the people of the Virgin Islands have expressed a desire for their constitution to reflect who they are as a people and as a country, and their quest for social justice, economic empowerment, and political advancement. Recognizing that the people of the Virgin Islands have a free and independent spirit and have developed themselves and their country based on qualities of honesty, integrity, mutual respect, self-reliance, and ownership of the land, engendering ownership of the land of a strong sense of belonging to a kinship with those islands. Recalling that because of historical, economic, and other reasons, many of the people of the Virgin Islands reside elsewhere, but have and continue to have an ancestral connection and bond with these islands. Accepting that the Virgin Islands should be governed based on the adherence to well-established democratic principles and institutions. Affirming that the people of the Virgin Islands have generally expressed their desire to become a self-governing people and to exercise the highest degree of control over the affairs of the country at the stage of its development, and noting that the United Kingdom, the administering power for the time being, has articulated a desire to enter into a modern partnership with the Virgin Islands based on principles of mutual respect and self-determination. Therefore, the following provisions have effect as the Constitution of the Virgin Islands. Madam Speaker, that is the preamble. Mr. Speaker, sorry. That is the preamble placed in the Constitution Order of 2007. So there is no doubt that we have an idea of where we're going. Mr. Speaker, 15 years later, we had some issues and some problems. We've had to deal with a pandemic that in the space of the 2020-2021 time, we lost about 36 persons to a pandemic. We've had to deal with the public lights and stage and camera of a commission of inquiry that, in my view, Mr. Speaker, that we called on ourselves. I've said it before and I will say again. This is the hand, Madam Speaker, that we were quote-unquote dealt, but I don't believe in dealing hands more so than I believe that there is a greater plan. And if you know anything about music, Drake sings a song that talks about God's plan. And I believe God's plan is simply trying to highlight, yes, the recommendations of the Commission and Inquiry Report and the things that the Commissioner put in his recommendations. Yes, those things happen. Those things are, in fact, there. But, Madam Speaker, if you look at the report in isolation, it would just seem and appear that there is absolutely nothing good, right, or positive that has ever been done or accomplished in these Virgin Islands. Madam Speaker, I was one of the first to state that I accept the wrong. I accept the wrongs, and I not just accept, but I made apologies on the behalf of the people that placed me here. But, Madam Speaker, this is not the doing of just now. This is not the doing of the members that sit in this honorable house. This is the doings and the not doings of the men and women of whose shoulders that we stand on that served before us. The failure, Madam Speaker, to confront the wrongs, to confront the ills, to confront the bad doings and the bad habits of those that came before us. But it is highlighted now for the world to see. Madam Speaker, I remember saying in this honorable house that pride goeth before a fall. We were prideful. Pre-Irma and Maria, we became self-absorbed and self-serving. We were given another opportunity. That's God's grace. 2019 came to shake us up again, Madam Speaker. And even in the midst of that, we were doing some foolish things. And then we go forward, Madam Speaker, to April 28. That happened. Madam Speaker, in the history of this territory, it happened. And it cast a shadow. But in my mind, Madam Speaker, it also awakened an awareness for us to take a look in the mirror and look at where we are and what we are doing, and to see if that lines up with what we pledged to the people of these Virgin Islands, that we would serve them to the best of our ability, that we would humble ourselves and move in the direction that they will be satisfied and pleased with. But it is not lost, Madam Speaker, that while that happened, the COI report was released, and the forces, Madam Speaker, if you're not careful, the forces that be now seem to want to pin everything, and the forces that be seem to have all the answers and seems to know how to fix it and how to get around it and how it should be and how I would do it if I was given this opportunity. But, Madam Speaker, some of them were given the opportunity and they did nothing. Madam Speaker, the opinions of the people of the Virgin Islands matter, and I believe that's why this review committee has been put together to seek out and build on the things that have been developed and accomplished since 2007 to this present time. Because while there have been setbacks and while there have been gross misconducts and gross errors that have been made, Madam Speaker, there has been tremendous progress that has also been made. And while we build, it is important not to repeat some of the errors and the mistakes, but strengthen some of the good that we have been doing, Madam Speaker, and reignite the fire and the understanding and the education of our people that we are enough. And with God, Madam Speaker, we are more than enough. The people of this territory, Madam Speaker, have what it takes. It has been displayed over and over and over again. Honorable Whitley, you spoke about the children of Israel. I've been from around July this year, started in the book of Genesis, now in Judges. The children of Israel went through 400 plus years of slavery under the Egyptians. But as you read on, from Genesis to Exodus, all the way down to Judges, you see they kept going against what they knew they were supposed to go to, and they end up under this rulership and that rulership, and every now and again they start to plead out to God, and He come help them, and then they end up back under somebody else because they turn. Madam Speaker, I believe if we bind ourselves together and follow what the motto, what the belief, what the thoughts and direction of this people of these Virgin Islands state that we want to accomplish, the things that we have been scared of, the things that we have been afraid or timid to talk about, Madam Speaker, those are the things that we will very well be doing. Because, Madam Speaker, if something scares you and it comes back at you and it comes back on you and it keeps staring you, that is the thing that you're supposed to be doing. That is the thing that you're supposed to be facing head on. So, Madam Speaker, it is no way that I will stand here believing that while we still have and still are a dependent territory of the United Kingdom, that we should remain that way forever. I don't believe that, Madam Speaker. Because platforms have been set. We just have to keep building. We just have to keep going, Madam Speaker, and not lose sight of the goal. I heard something yesterday, Madam Speaker, and I want to, if I may, refer to it. My name came up on a particular subject, and I think if anybody that knows me knows that I am my hardest critic. So when you would say, Mitch, you're this or you're that, or I think I would judge myself 10 times harder than you would have already judged me. Madam Speaker, there is a misnomer that this quote, if you want to test a man's character, give him power, or words to that effect, that those words were attributed to President Abraham Lincoln. Madam Speaker, however, in September 2019, there was an inquiry on the authenticity of that quotation. And some right-leaning Facebook page, Turning Point USA, posted a meme that read, "If you want to test a man's character, give him power." And the meme was accompanied by a caption that stated, "Big government is sick and abuses its power." But Madam Speaker, I kept reading and researching that the quote actually didn't come from President Abraham Lincoln. The quote, Madam Speaker, was said of President Abraham Lincoln when he was being introduced. And the quote actually read that if you want to find out what a man is to the bottom, give him power. Any man can stand adversity, only a great man can stand prosperity. It is the glory of Abraham Lincoln that he never abused power, only on the side of mercy. He was honest, and when he had power, he used it in mercy. Madam Speaker, I believe this Virgin Islands knows what it is to be down. It knows what it is to feel defeated, but never accept the fact that we are defeated. This Virgin Islands has tasted prosperity, Madam Speaker, but I don't believe we have ever given ourselves the opportunity to put every facet of our existence, to explore the possibilities, Madam Speaker, that exist on the social and economic sides of our territory, to realize the untapped dreams and potential that we have. I don't believe, Madam Speaker, that we have fully exhausted the possibilities of educating and giving our young people the opportunity at business, the opportunity at leadership. I don't believe, Madam Speaker, we have done a good enough job on educating our people on the importance of the knowledge and the achievements of those that have served before, so that we can further appreciate who we are and where we came from. Madam Speaker, I don't believe that we have appreciated the fact that we are a community, a territory, an island nation that was built on a foundation of a belief in God. But we continue to become embracing of others and putting aside what has got us here. And Madam Speaker, I believe that while given this opportunity to serve, that this committee that is formed, that this government, Madam Speaker, that has been given an opportunity to correct a few things, a lot more than a few, of the immediate past, of the not so immediate past, and the past. Madam Speaker, I believe there is no better time than now to not play the blame game, but hold to account those who need to be held to account. Madam Speaker, you can't be one thing today and another thing tomorrow. You can't be on one side of the river today and then tomorrow you're on the bank. We have to own up to our responsibilities. We have to continue to speak truth to power, Madam Speaker. And I believe when the people of the Virgin Islands would have spoken, we would realize that if we go back to the foundation of why we put ourselves up for elected office and the things that they want to see continue to build this territory, I believe, Madam Speaker, it will be a good reminder for us to push a little bit harder in the direction towards self-determination, to look at our neighboring brothers and sisters in the island of Barbados and take the bits and pieces that we can. Look around, Madam Speaker, the number of conferences and support systems that we've established over the many years of our existence here in the territory, that we can glean from our neighboring regional and international countries and territories and build a little bit bigger and build a little bit stronger. But Madam Speaker, most importantly, not doing anything unless we have the full buy-in of the most underutilized resource in the world, which is our human resource. Madam Speaker, we have what it takes. The things that may seem impossible, they are indeed possible. The challenges that we face, Madam Speaker, I believe we will be able to overcome them. The forces and the people that fight against us, Madam Speaker, I believe we will see them no more. But as we continue to move, there will be more challenges and new battles. But Madam Speaker, I am of a firm belief that hope is seeing light at the end of a dark tunnel. It is not to focus on where you are, Madam Speaker, but focus on the light that shines. I don't believe, Madam Speaker, in quitting. I don't believe in giving up. Because as long as we could look up, we could get up. And as long as we could get up, Madam Speaker, Martin Luther King Jr. said, if you're humped over, it's easy for somebody to ride your back. But if we're standing, Madam Speaker, with our backs erect and our shoulders tall, we have only one choice to make, which is to move forward, ensuring that we have the support of the people that we serve, the support and love, Madam Speaker, of the children that will be looking up to us, and a dependency on our God that sees all, that knows all, and is a concern about our well-being. Madam Speaker, I believe that we are enough. I believe that we are more than enough with God. And I believe that this Virgin Islands, that this government of national unity, the men and women that stand in this House of Assembly in totality, Madam Speaker, we have what it takes. But we now need you, the Virgin Islands people, to help chart the course for where we are to go. And if we are obedient, Madam Speaker, I believe we will be surprised of where our destiny will take us. Madam Speaker, I support this resolution. I do not support some other things that I've heard, but we will get to that a little bit later. I am thankful for this opportunity, Madam Speaker, and I so support. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other member wish to debate on this? I call on the Leader of the Opposition, Honorable Fraser.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to acknowledge the motion before this Honorable House brought by the Premier to add new members to the Constitutional Review Commission and also to extend the term of reference. Madam Speaker, I want to make three main points. And in order to do so, I'm going to rely exclusively, not heavily, but exclusively, on a document that I got from my good friend, the Attorney General, who has a treasure trove, which I consider this to be. It's called A Historical Overview, the Virgin Islands Background to Constitutional History. And I would also, Madam Speaker, take this opportunity to suggest that anyone who is going to get involved in this constitutional review avail themselves to this piece of literature. Madam Speaker, all lands should not be the dominant, decisive factor in whatever our opinions might be, or whatever revelations come out during this process. We should also remember or acknowledge the fact that the Virgin Islands has been on a journey, a long journey, a rough journey. You would have heard a member for the 9th District passionately explain to us what it's been like for our people and what it is like for our people. When you were young, Madam Speaker, you look at the world as if it started the day you were born. So what you do is you ignore all the suffering that took place before you and capitalize on whatever successes there were that were made before you and squander those successes. And that's a major part of why the more things change, the more they remain the same. Madam Speaker, I sit here in this seat, I sit comfortably knowing that the current leader of government business is quite aware, more so than most of us, of the journey that we have been through and where we have to go. This process should have been over a long time ago, Madam Speaker. But yet we are here. I would not say that I am blameless. I have blame. There's blame to go around. I always say that the new members in this House of Assembly are at an advantage because they came in at a time when the older members are open to suggestions, open to new ideas, open to change. And that's the advantage, because they can capitalize on that position that they met when they came in. When I came into this house, it was, these topics were taboo. And this is a conversation that was to have been over a long time ago. I'm to learn, Madam Speaker, that in 2001, the British government invited the Virgin Islands government to explore the possibilities of a constitutional review. It didn't happen during that administration, from 1999 to 2003. It didn't happen. It was only 2003 when a new administration came in, they took the ball up and they started bouncing it. And that review took place in 2007. 4 years hence, Madam Speaker, 4 years since it was started, the process was started. I heard people get up and they talk about, well, there should have been a constitutional review in 2017, but it didn't happen because of events. I presume those events are Irma and Maria. Mark you, Madam Speaker, those were September of 2017. And I said that the constitutional review that took place in 2007 started 4 years hence. These things don't just happen overnight. So if somebody believes that we're going to pass this tonight, and by the end of 2022 or the middle of 2023, there's going to be a review of the Constitution, I have another guess for them. These things take time. As a matter of fact, Madam Speaker, what no one is looking at is something that should be looked at. The boundaries in this territory, territorial boundaries. I mean, you got districts that are lopsided. Those boundaries haven't been adjusted since 1999. But no one is looking at that. No one is talking about that. I agree that there's nothing more paramount right now than us moving forward towards self-determination. There's nothing more paramount than that. And the only way we're going to do that, Madam Speaker, is to acknowledge the journey that we've been on and agree that we need to do something about it. Madam Speaker, those points that I want to make is that I want to point out who should be responsible for the selection of the Constitutional Review Committee or Commission. Madam Speaker, I also want to point out who or why the membership or the composition of the membership is not the problem. Whether Tom is from this country or that country or whatever the case is, that's not the problem, Madam Speaker. I'll point that out in my presentation, why it's not the problem. And also, Madam Speaker, the need for legislation to establish properly, correctly, who should be responsible for the selection of the Constitutional Review Commission and also the terms of reference. There was a movie one time, Madam Speaker, called Wagging the Dog. And that happens sometime. Most times it is customary for and expected that the dog would wag the tail. But in a very unusual and unnatural circumstances, sometimes the tail wags the dog. And we are in a situation that I see is quite similar to that. So, Madam Speaker, I will start my presentation going back
to the sixth Constitution. I go back to the sixth Constitution, not the first, second, third, fourth, and fifth, because they were, I would say they were preambles to the Constitution. But with the sixth Constitution, Madam Speaker, in November 1949, culminating in the largest political demonstration in the history of the territory, the people led by Faulkner, I.G. Fonseca, C.L. de Castro, marched through the streets of Rotown to the office of the Commissioner J.A.C. Cruikshank, where they presented a petition setting out grievances pertaining to the manner in which the presidency was being administered. The petition stated inter alia, and I quote, "We are imbued with the desire to decide our local affairs our own selves. We have outgrown that undesirable stage where one official or an official clique makes decisions for us. We are seeking the privilege to decide how our monies are spent and what shall be our presidential laws and policies," end quote. Madam Speaker, we talk about these things. And then there are a certain set of people who we're talking to, it just flies over their head. They're not listening. And we, on the other hand, goes about our merry way, thinking that what we said is being acted upon. So why are we still here? If from back in 1949, all people, wise people, were making statements like this, why are we here till now? I'm making the same statement right now. I am. And it continues. As a result of the demonstration, an announcement was made in February 1950 that Lord Baldwin, governor of the Leeward Islands Colony, appointed H.R. Penn to chair a committee to make recommendations for the establishment of a legislative council. Representatives from all the villages and outer islands were appointed to the committee by Commissioner Cruikshank. On the appointed day, all the members met in the Methodist school, exchanged opinions, and based on terms of reference, recommended a constitution similar to that of Montserrat. In July 1950, the Virgin Islands Constitution Act was passed by the Leeward Islands federal legislature. The seventh Constitution. In 1953, Governor Sir Kenneth Blackburn, I guess that's where Blackburn Highway came from, appointed a second Constitution Committee to further improve the Constitution. The meeting of this second committee took place at the Anglican School. Again, Mr. H.R. Penn was chairman, and Mr. McWellan Todman, a senior civil servant, was secretary. This time, Madam Chair, Madam Speaker, as you can see, the committee was appointed by the governor.
My apologies, Honorable Fraser, to interrupt you at such a time, but we do just need to take a brief recess. If you could allow for us to resume at 7 p.m. sharp, I'll be grateful. So we'll recess until 7 p.m. Thank you. This House now resumes its sitting. Leader of the Opposition, my apologies again. You may proceed.
High enough? Madam Speaker, it's unfortunate that I had to stop. And the problem there is that you can't find where you were when you stopped last time. So, you know, it's not like I had page 1, 2, 3, and 4. It's all electronic. When you shut these gadgets down, when they come up where they want to come up. So, Madam Speaker, I think the best thing for me to do is to, since I had just begun, is to, get this thing started again. Madam Speaker, I said before that I want to make a few points. One of which is, who should be responsible for the formation of the Constitution Review Commission? And another one is, Madam Speaker, why the membership as it now is, which caused a stir, is not really the problem. And I'll point out why it isn't. And also, Madam Speaker, the need for legislation establishing who should be responsible for making this, appointing this commission and setting out the terms of reference. And Madam Speaker, I said I'm going to use a document, the historical overview, the Virgin Islands background to constitutional history. And the reason I'm doing that, Madam Speaker, is that I think that everyone should know where we came from. I think everyone should know what our intentions were when we set out on this journey. I think everyone should take a good look at where we are and where we should have been and where we should be and where we're heading. No one should look at this process in a vacuum, Madam Speaker. It has history. And that history should be taken into consideration. There are some very smart people in these Virgin Islands. I take nothing away from them. But at the same time, Madam Speaker, we have some people who doesn't have the best interests of the Virgin Islands at heart. Or at least they don't have the best interests of Virgin Islanders at heart. So we have to be mindful of why we're here. We have to be mindful how we got here. We have to be mindful of our duties in pointing out to people that ours is a meaningful and purposeful one. So, Madam Speaker, in putting this whole thing into context, using the historical data available to me and everyone else to get to the terms of reference as they are now before us and the membership of the Commission, I'd like to take a look at the journey up to where we are. And I said I want to start at the 6th Constitution, Madam Speaker. Reason being that the 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 constitutions are just probably a prelude to getting to the 6th. And the 6th, we start building from there till we got up to, I think it's the 11th we had. This is going to be the 12th. People must understand, Madam Speaker, that they are not the first. They're just bearers taking the baton from point B to point C. They didn't take it from A. Someone brought it from A to B. You're just carrying the baton from B to C. So don't believe that these Virgin Islands began with you. And one thing I want to guarantee you that they're not going to end with you. Madam Speaker, in November 1949, culminating in the largest political demonstration in the history of the territory, the people led by I.G. Fonseca and C.L. De Castro marched through the streets of Roatan to the office of the Commissioner J.A.C. Cruikshank, where they presented a petition setting out grievances pertaining to the manner in which the presidency was being administered. The petition stated, enter alia, and I quote, Madam Speaker, "We are imbued with a desire to decide our own local affairs, our own selves. We have outgrown that undesirable stage where one official or an official clique makes decisions for us. We are seeking the privilege to deciding how our monies are spent and what shall be our presidential laws and policies." End of quote. Madam Speaker, that's a quote that is all too familiar. It's one that we are going through right now. From back then, in 1949, our leaders were courageous enough to make statements like that. Why is it that we can't make the same statement regarding things like the COI, the Commission of Inquiry? And the only way you can avoid having a Commission of Inquiry, Madam Speaker, is not by good behavior. It's by being in a position where no one can impose such draconian measures on you just because of their perception of you. And that takes you back to the preamble that the member for the 2nd District read in our Constitution, which spoke about self-determination. It takes you back to when the Premier presented the motion. He made several references to self-determination and the mandate from the United Nations. As a result of the demonstration, an announcement was made in February 1950 that Lord Baldwin, governor of the Leeward Islands colony, appointed H.R. Penn to chair a committee to make recommendations for the establishment of a legislative council. Madam Speaker, H.R. Penn was a real human being. He lived in Roatan. He represented districts of this territory. He was a person. He was a member of the House of the Legislative Council. It's not as if we're talking about phantoms. From back then, our own people were doing these things. It's just that we have a tendency around here to take our own people for granted. Our history isn't taught in schools. And I'm waiting to hear the Minister for Education speak to the whole issue of self-determination and how we're going to get there. The process, Madam Speaker, has to deal with education. We have to educate our people. It should be this whole matter of who we are, how we're going to get there, should be a part of our school curriculum. And if the Premier doesn't get it started today, I can't be sure that another Premier, after the Premier that follows him, will get the message. He's here. That's why he's here presenting this motion today. I hope it's not just because he wants to see us approve the membership of the Commission and he wants to see the terms of reference approved. No, there has to be something behind this whole thing. Where are we going? How are we going to get there? On the appointed day, all the membership met in the Methodist school, exchanged opinions, and based on the terms of reference, recommended a constitution similar to that of Montserrat. In July 1950, the Virgin Islands Constitution Act was passed, by the Leeward Islands Federal Legislature. 1950 should ring a bell, Madam Speaker. The Virgin Islands Constitution Act was passed. That's when we got our legislature back, 1950. And it was done through the work of our own people, the Howard Penns, and others, the March, I.G. Fonseca. I.G. Fonseca was a real human being, a real Virgin Islander. If you know anything about Rotown, you hear them talk about the Fonseca Corner. Well, not exactly where those boys sit today, but the corner road going up on Main Street when you turn that steep corner. I.G. Fonseca had a store there that he sold Telefunken radio. If anybody know what those radios were, the batteries used to be a big thing like this that powered a radio. I wouldn't go through that now. The seventh Constitution. In 1953, Governor Sir Kenneth Blackburn appointed a second Constitutional Committee to further improve the Constitution. The meeting of this second committee took place at the Anglican School. Again, Mr. H.R. Penn was chairman and Mr. McWelling Tadman, a senior civil servant, was secretary. McWelling Tadman, as you know, another pioneer, a preeminent lawyer in the Virgin Islands, one of our own people. Held prominent, they performed some prominent services in the territory. What they would not like to know is that our progress isn't commensurate with their intention back then. We should have already been, you know, the funny thing is, as the Premier was saying, the first set of countries in the Caribbean that started getting independence from Britain was 1962. Jamaica. I think the last one was in 82, 20 years hence. Now, if you take 62, I mean, that's 60 years ago, 60 years ago. You think that, as the member for the night pointed out, you think that Jamaica was as advanced as we are 60 years ago, as we are today? I don't think so. I know one thing for sure, they didn't have smartphones. So you could go figure. They didn't have WhatsApp either. So go figure. The point I'm trying to make, Madam Speaker, is that there's absolutely nothing, there's nothing anyone can tell me about our readiness, or preparedness, or fitness. Nothing they can tell me. I have the proof. I have a photograph right here with me, with my Premier standing next to the King, King Charles III. I mean, we made it. We've made it. I'm sure he got his phone number. Nelson Mandela, who everyone knows about his plight, 27 years incarcerated. I was fortunate enough to see the little cell he was on Robben Island for 17 of those years. After all he had gone through, this is a man that could pick up the phone and say, Elizabeth, I'm coming. Like Red Fox. And he goes to the United Kingdom and refers to the Queen as Elizabeth. I'm sure that pretty soon that my young Premier here one day will be calling Charles and say, I'm coming over. It's not, I mean, it might sound funny, but those contacts are important. Establishing contacts are important. As a way forward, Dr. Mary Proudfoot was appointed in 1965 to review the Constitution. After appropriate public consultation throughout the territory, she concluded that constitutional advancement to ensure elected members more initiative in the direction of the colony's affairs was justified. Such progress was essential to laying a solid base for self-government. This is 1965. A conference was convened in London on 4th October 1966 with representatives from the colonial office and the Virgin Islands. An agreement was reached on all the substantive issues as recommended in what became known as the Proudfoot Report. All of us, without exception, would have heard that term, Proudfoot Report. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I always think about the current Premier, and he has a lineage, and that lineage follows him. He's walking in that particular footstep as he is right now. I'm going to read a little passage right here. It says, Chief Minister Wheatley secured his own position by recruiting the sole winning candidate of the United Party, and then asked the governor to revoke Osborne's appointment as a minister of government. In the second year, there was disagreement between the chief minister and Minister O'Silv, who resigned but was persuaded to return, thus avoiding the fall of the government. These internal struggles within the government impacted on government's capacity. The second difficulty arose out of the Wickham's Key and Anegada lease agreements. Former Administrator M.S. Stavely had imprudently issued Crown lease to a British corporation for nearly 2/3 of Anegada and a large area of the foreshore of Rotang, including the mangrove island of Wickham's Key. Two ministers of the government joined with a positive action in leading a public demonstration supported by petition demanding the removal of Governor Cottymore. This was followed by the successful passage of a resolution in the Legislative Council demanding the recall of the governor. A resolution in the House of Assembly, Legislative Council, demanding the removal of the recall of the governor. And I couldn't get my guys to support a simple reprimand. You see, these are, I have to let you hear this, because this is happening back then, Madam Speaker. I mean, all legislators back in those days, they didn't have the education that these legislators have today, but they had something else that was more important, which I can't say. But a resolution in the Legislative Council demanding, they didn't say asking, demanding the recall of the governor. The Secretary of State for Foreign and Commonwealth Affairs rejected the petition on the grounds that the governor had acted within his legitimate authority. Now, this is important also. It says, the Secretary of State for Foreign and Commonwealth Affairs rejected the petition on the grounds that the governor had acted within his legitimate authority. Doesn't sound familiar? Why, if he was acting within the grounds of his legitimate authority, and the Secretary of State acknowledges that, why is it then that the Commission of Inquiry, Hickenbottom, could come here and request cabinet minutes, telling me the cabinet wasn't acting on their own legitimate authority, within their legitimate authority? And the rules of cabinet is that no one should see the minutes. Ask any minister of government if they've seen the former minutes, the minutes before them. You can't see them. But one size don't fit all. What's good for the goose isn't good for the gander. Ministers of government then concluded the real problem was that the governor had too much power. That's what the ministers concluded. By a resolution in the Legislative Council, a constitutional committee of the whole House was established with the Speaker of the House Honorable H.R. Penn as chairman. Members of the legislature were unable to agree on an approach for seeking the views of the people. A constitutional committee of the whole House was established. Their problem was how to get the views of the people, seeking the views of the people. Therefore, on May 22nd, 1973, a second resolution was unanimously passed by the legislature requesting the United Kingdom government to appoint a constitutional commissioner to obtain the ideas from the people and to recommend a new constitution for the Virgin Islands. The Secretary of State agreed and appointed Sir Colville Deville, KC, MG, from the United Kingdom, and Mr. Harvey L. de Costa from Jamaica. The secretary to the commission was Mr. W.J. Dixon from the Foreign and Control Office. Two things, Madam Speaker, from the point I'm trying to raise. One is the legislature who triggered the establishment of the Constitutional Review Commission. They themselves formed a committee within the House. But their problem was how to garner the information from the public. So then they decided to petition the United Kingdom, who in turn established a committee. And the committee that was established looked at the people who were placed on the committee, Madam Speaker. The Secretary of State agreed and appointed Sir Colville Deville from the United Kingdom, Mr. Harvey Lacosta from Jamaica, and W.J. Dixon from the Foreign and Commonwealth Office. The point there, Madam Speaker, the point I was trying to raise is that the commission that we now have before us, that includes people who are not from the Virgin Islands, is not new. And you would find out that more commissions have been appointed with folks that are not from the Virgin Islands. And it speaks to where I'm going to end up. This is leading me to where I'm going to end up with this whole debate, Madam Speaker, on the Constitutional Review Commission. This was really the first Constitutional Review Commission. The commission reported on 20th December 1973 to the Secretary of State for Foreign and Commonwealth Affairs. A number of recommendations were made that addressed concerns expressed by the people. One of the most innovative was for 4 members of the Legislative Council to be elected at large by the territory as a whole. Single-member constituency representation was increased from 7 to 8 to enable the constituency of Virgin Gorda and Igata to be represented by 2 candidates. This commission also recommended the entrenchment of a Bill of Rights in the Constitution. The government of the day did not favor the introduction of at-large representation in the legislature, and as a result, rejected the report. The government of the day, Madam Speaker, did not favor the introduction of an at-large representation in the legislature, and as a result, rejected the report. Point here, Madam Speaker, the House of Assembly, the legislature does not have to accept the recommendations made by the Commission. At the very first meeting of the Legislative Council on 30th April 1976, a resolution was brought to the legislature with proposals for amendments to the Virgin Islands Constitution Order 1967. The proposed amendments included all the recommendations of the Deverill-Costa Commission, with the only notable exception being provisions for at-large representation in the legislature and the entrenchment of a Bill of Rights. So now Madam Speaker, the Deverill report goes forward with the approval of the legislature, again omitting the recommendations for at-large representation. And that's the point I'm making again, that the House of Assembly is not obligated to approve what comes back. And it is at that time, Madam Speaker, where the House of Assembly is also allowed to make amendments to the committee's report. The 10th Constitution, Madam Speaker. The Constitutional Review requested by way of a resolution in the Legislative Council on November 27, 1992, did not arise out of any immediate crisis seeking a solution in an advanced constitutional instrument. It was merely a feeling that the time was ripe for further review. There was no crisis. It was merely a feeling that the time was ripe for a review. And that's what members got up here and started saying today, that after 10 years, they thought the time was ripe for a constitutional review, which should have taken place in 2017. So when people ask the question, why are you saying 10 years? It's historical. It's not something that is being made up by anyone here. And Madam Speaker, the commissioners appointed in July 1993 were Mr. Walter Wallace as chairman, Honorable Dr. Howard Fergus, and Alfred Penn. Now, Walter Wallace, it says, with the exception of Dr. H. Fergus from our sister territory of Montserrat, the other two commissioners were well known in the Virgin Islands. Mr. Wallace was a former governor of the Virgin Islands who had since been involved at the Foreign and Commonwealth Office in matters pertaining to the territory. And Mr. Alfred Penn, a Virgin Islander, had held the post of deputy governor for many years. Again, Madam Speaker, the governor, Wallace, he was not a Virgin Islander. Neither was Howard Fergus, was not a Virgin Islander. But in this three-man commission, you had 2/3 expatriates working on the commission. So it's not a new thing, Madam Speaker. The 11th Constitution Review, Madam Speaker. The decision to appoint a commission to review the Constitution and approval of the membership was made by the Executive Council on February 11, 2004. And Madam Speaker, the members of that commission was a 9-member commission. And one of the members, Madam Speaker, of the 9 members, one was not a Virgin Islander. And again, the point I am making is that is not a prerequisite, at least up until now, it's not a prerequisite for being on the commission. What we have to do, Madam Speaker, going forward, is to establish legislation or make legislation establishing who should actually appoint the members of the commission, and who should decide on the terms of reference. In my view, Madam Speaker, that legislation should be done by us, and we should make sure that that responsibility falls in the House of Assembly. It comes back to where it was in the House of Assembly. I don't see it as the biggest thing in the world to do. We can do it. Madam Speaker, the Commission of Inquiry and the terms of reference that the Premier brought before us today came to us asking for a series of items be added to the terms of reference that were already given to us. Now, everyone knows that in the Commission of Inquiry's report, the report made suggestions that there should be a constitutional review carried out for the territory. And among those things in the report were a series of items that the commissioner felt should be placed for review. Our Premier, in collaboration with the governor, has seen fit to bring this this resolution back to the House of Assembly for amendment. And in that amendment, he wants to add these items to reevaluate the vision of the people of the Virgin Islands as expressed in the preamble to the Virgin Islands Constitution Order 2007, to reevaluate the vision of the people of the Virgin Islands. Now, Madam Speaker, I personally find this to be an insult. I really do. You're telling me that we don't know what we want? That it has to be reevaluated? I think the vision was clear. If we fail to execute that, it's not the people of the Virgin Islands you have to blame for that, it's us. And if we had executed that vision, Madam Speaker, because the vision speaks directly to self-determination, if we had executed that vision, we wouldn't be here talking about this today. So it is clear in my mind, Madam Speaker, and it should be clear in everyone else's mind, that this re-evaluation that they're talking about is not a re-evaluation, they're talking about a reversal. That is too ambitious for us. There's a subliminal message being sent here in this very first item that's being added. Reevaluate the vision of the people of the Virgin Islands. We have already told you 15 years ago what our vision is. The vision speaks directly to self-determination. And it is clear, Madam Speaker, in the first recommendation of the Commission of Inquiry that they're speaking in terms of a reversal, because you talk about suspending the Constitution, you talk about imposing direct rule, none of which is going to lead us towards this vision that was explicit in the Constitution. So the reevaluation they're talking about is in light of our first recommendation. Take a look at the first recommendation and reevaluate the vision in the Constitution and come up with another vision. And as the member here in the opposition, Malone, read very, very clearly how the United Kingdom feels about self-determination. They said that the people, including us, are comfortable with our status. They say a few countries, a handful of countries have decided to go independent, and the rest seems quite comfortable in their position. And therefore, there is no need for the United Nations to waste resources discussing the matter any further. Aren't we intelligent enough to see this, Madam Speaker? You have to be careful who you listen to on the street. You're smarter than that. You have to be careful who you listen to on the street. Madam Speaker, I had an interview with a UK media house a few Sundays ago. And what they told me, Madam Speaker, which I'm not going to repeat today, right now, I'm not going to repeat it, but what they told me will give you gray hair. Gray hair. Turn the hair in your head gray. Those of you who got gray hair, something else would happen to you. But there are some people among us, Madam Speaker, who has no good intentions for us. And everything is too good for us, Madam Speaker. And the person right next to them is the most gentle person that you would ever find. They don't know who they're with. They don't know who they're hanging out with. What we have to do, Madam Speaker, is be focused. Don't allow others to distract you. Be focused. I went to a little gathering, what I call the gathering, where Kyron McMaster visited his old alma mater there, his primary school. That young man is a hero, as far as I'm concerned. When you talk about heroes, he's a hero. He's a hero to those kids. The message he brought back to those kids, a positive one, show the world what we can do. And make no mistake about it, one day he's going to bring an Olympic medal here to this territory. From right here, he's going to bring one back here. So those same people who doesn't think that we amount to anything, we're showing them. It's us. We, our own selves, are keeping ourselves back because we're not focused enough. There is nothing. When I say nothing, I mean nothing we can't achieve. First thing, we have to start patronizing each other. Next, we have to stop hating on each other. And don't believe all the stupid things you hear on the street. Don't believe it. Believe in yourselves and believe in your people. To evaluate the current Virgin Islands Constitution Order 2007 number and determine whether it is in strategic fit to facilitate the people of the Virgin Islands in achieving the revised vision in item A above. See, B is telling you, you must come up with a new vision for these people. And then after you come up with a new vision for the people, you evaluate the current Virgin Islands Constitution and determine whether it is a strategic fit to facilitate the people of the Virgin Islands. In other words, what they're telling them is to come up with a brand new constitution. Forget all the nonsense you got in here telling them that you must do this, look for this, look for that. Come up with a brand new constitution. And I know, Madam Speaker, the people that I see on this commission, they're bright people, very intelligent people, highly educated people. There's no document you ask them to draft, they can't draft. And craft, Madam Speaker. So with this amount of leverage, this amount of leverage. If you see those folks come back with a brand new constitution that bore no resemblance to the one that we have, it's because you told them they can do it. You don't, the 2007 Constitution, when you look at it and when you look at what they come back with, well, they wouldn't come back with a constitution. What they would come back as recommendations leading to a document that you will never recognize when you see it. So it's going to come right back, Madam Speaker. It's going to come right back to the constitutional negotiating team. To negotiate with the British government what our next constitution should look like. This amendment that you brought here, Mr. Premier, is not something to be taken lightly. The items, the articles may be short, but they're heavy and powerful. To identify any gaps in relation to item B above. Any gaps in relation to item B above. How there will be any gaps after you finish? First, re-evaluating the vision, that's creating a new vision. And B, evaluating the current Virgin Islands Constitution to suit the vision that you have created. To make recommendations for constitutional reform, if necessary, including but not limited to considering the following. How the executive ministerial government can be held to account in the House of Assembly, and how checks and balances and mechanism for accountability may be employed to militate against abuse of power. This whole thing about the abuse of power, they have a fixation on this abuse of power thing. And I have never been able to understand. The Secretary of State said the governor acted within his parameters. Even though the members of the legislature said that he didn't. And the members of the legislature say he had too much power. But the Secretary of State stood by him. Now they're saying, that they're insinuating that there's some abuse of power going on among elected representatives. And they want to mitigate against it, or militate against it. Are we? When I see the Premier comes here with a bill, I sit in the opposition, and if the Premier wants to proceed with the bill the way he brought it and pass it, I'm sitting here angry because I don't like the bill. But the question is, by him passing it the way I don't like it, is that an abuse of power? He is working with the tools that was given to him. They gave him a majority in the government, and he gets what he wants, whether I like it or not, whether the opposition like it or not. Very seldom things like that happen, and I like it, or agree with it, but they do happen. I don't know. That's why they sat there in the United Kingdom and handed us four at large in our legislature. Never anywhere in the Commonwealth has it ever happened. It happened here. Because they saw something that they perceived to be an abuse of power. Did it change anything? I think it made things worse. If you ask me, Madam Speaker. if you at large, no at large person will agree with me because they think I'm coming after them. I'm not coming after you. Far from it. The present Constitution makes provisions for us to expand the House of Assembly by 2 members. That is, if you want to make Anegada a district and you make Just Van Dyke a district, you add 2 members. Present Constitution makes provisions for that. Any at-large member who wants to argue with me on the fact that I don't like the at-large system, it doesn't function, it doesn't serve a purpose, I would work with you in helping you create districts to avoid having 4 at-large members and create 4 districts that you could have. So, Madam Speaker, it's a system that they're trying to talk about abuse. The at-large system, when it was perceived, the perception of the at-large system was that those 4 members would be non-aligned. And it was formed as a check against the government, along with the opposition. They would be non-aligned. But somehow or other, they thought they were smarter than the architect in the house, the powerhouse in the house. He amalgamated them, and they became a part of whatever administration is whatever party they're with. It's not changing anything, Madam Speaker. Whatever abuse they're talking about in this house, we can work with 2 committees. It's a system they gave us. The only option we have is to use our committees. Create committees. I keep talking about a new committee that we need to have. A public accounting and appropriations committee that deals with the budgeted issues throughout the year, so that we don't have a situation where somewhere in September we could find $10 million throughout the budget just to give NHI. Because that money would have been used to do what it's supposed to do. All the things in the territory that needs to be fixed, there's money appropriated to fix these things, but the things are not being fixed. Why? No one is holding the public officers accountable. That committee will. Whether the independent institutions enshrined in the Constitution are sufficient and efficient and effective to ensure good governance. I don't know what they're talking about. The powers that need to be reserved to the governor and how issues as to the exercise of devolved and reserved powers, respectively, when they arise, are to be resolved. A mechanism for the transfer of reserved powers to the devolved Virgin Islands government in the future, without a further change to the Constitution being required. So you're telling them to frame a constitution now that would make provisions for the transfer of reserved powers to the devolved Virgin Islands government in the future, without a further change to the Constitution being required. That's troublesome. That's troublesome. When is that time going to be? Another 10, 15 years from now? Or 20? If you're telling me that the Constitution that we have right now needs to be revisited, no, not the Constitution, the vision of the people needs to be revisited. You think that by the time when these dissolved powers are to be transferred to a devolved government, that's not going to be outdated too? Get serious. Whether there should be a regime in relation to election expenses. A regime in relation to election expenses. Now, How much money did the richest one of you spend on your campaign? Let me see who the richest one here is. Timmy. $10,000, $15,000 on your campaign. You see, they're asking whether there should be a regime in relation to elections expenses. So the $10,000 you spend on your campaign, that's so important to them, they want a regime to look into that. And you can't go around begging people for things because they're going to say doing it to get favors, because you're going to get favors when you get elected. Don't get me wrong, Madam Speaker. I am all for the transparency and all the rest of it that they're talking about. But the point I'm making is that these things that they're talking about are small potatoes. I think what the Premier should look towards doing is not even matching funds for campaign, but financing campaigns. This way nobody will have to ask any questions. You want to know where the money is going? Give it to me and you come give it out to whoever has to get it. I'll tell you I get some posters from this company and some flyers from the other one, and some radio station announce my ads and all that stuff, so you will know exactly where the money is going. Well, I won't have to worry about that. Whether statutory boards should be embedded in the Constitution, and if so, whether there should be a statutory board commission, and if yes, its functions and responsibilities. This is the same reason that you have the statutory bodies, to get them out of government ears. You know, statutory body. It's a corporation. If you want to put them in court, put them in court. Do whatever you want to do. What you're asking the Constitution to police them. So we should get put in the Constitution something to govern right way. It's a statutory body. It's a corporation. Whether the Speaker should continue to be a political appointment, or whether he or she, even if elected, should be independent of the political parties. Now, why would anybody think that the Speaker is a political appointment? The Speaker came to this House, and the Speaker has to be elected by the members of the House. Any member in this House had a privilege or the right to nominate someone to sit up there. I hope the Speaker doesn't think of herself as a political appointee. I'll be very disappointed because I don't know which party she will be associated with. Certainly won't be my party. I'll be at a disadvantage. Huh? Because I would have no part of that. I will not be a part of that. The Speaker is a neutral person, rules down the middle. What's good for the opposition is good for the government. She has all support. She has the government support. She or he. So we'll put that question to the Speaker one day. Would you like to be a political appointee? Would you like to be disassociated from political parties or something to that effect? Whether Section 66 and 67 of the Constitution needs to be amended to make clear the circumstances in which a person seeking election to the House of Assembly or a member of the House who either personally or through a DBA, a partnership or company with which he or she is associated, contracts with the BVI government needs to declare such an interest, how such a declaration should be made, and the consequences of a person not doing so. I certainly thought the Constitution was clear on that. If they want to come straight out and tell us to remove that section from the Constitution so that members who, any individual who wishes to run for public office cannot, should not, or whatever the case is, tell us. But as far as I am concerned, I see no problem run with the matter the way it is. You see, how many people in this house has a company? It's far less than it used to be. It's far less than it used to be. And the next election, if the people who has businesses now don't come back, it's going to be worse. It's going to be less. I would like to see what the list of nomination they're going to look like. If you see anyone on that list, Madam Speaker, who has a business, send them to look at, tell them they certainly wasn't following current events. They weren't following it. Because this whole thing that we're going through now is going to get worse. And it is not a good picture being drawn. I was thinking, Madam Speaker, that we have created a situation in the Virgin Islands where one of the things that we made sure of, government after government after government, from back in the 80s, I would say, has made a point to ensure our young people had access to education, a good education. We've done that by improving our school system here on Tortola, and we've also done it by making available funds for them to access education overseas. And from back in 2003 as well, when we were able to get a British passport, they then had access to the United Kingdom. So more and more, our people are becoming more and more educated. The problem is, Madam Speaker, with that education, yes, it's good, but are they generating wealth? Yes, Madam Speaker, they're working hard and they're making money. But are they working smart and creating wealth? I don't think that it's their fault. If you look throughout the business world in the BVI, the business community in the BVI, you would find how educated people working, I said. But creating businesses is a different story. And that's exactly where we are. Educating our people. Now, the next step is to have them create wealth. Is that opportunity going to present itself to us? How is it going to present itself to us when you're telling them, if you want to be a member of the House of Assembly, you could only be a worker, despite all your ambitions. Leave the business for somebody else, not you. It's crazy. Young people like the member for the 2nd District. A young man I tried to tell some time back, using myself as an example, look, whatever profession you have, whatever business acumen you have, don't drop them. Pick them up and make sure you have them grow. Don't look at me and laugh. I'm telling the member for the 8th District too, because when you leave from here, you're going to be broke. B-R-O-K-E, broke, busted, not a dime. And it's going to catch up with you even more, because what the people are doing now, they haven't stopped coming to us, you know. And they're bold, they're telling you, well, you're going to have to take it out of your pocket. They're bold. Me can't have them alone. Someone told you to go to the ATM? Or you put that up? Hey, there's no getting around this thing, you know. There's no getting around it. The commissioner of the Commission of Inquiry made sure that before he left here, the district allocation was gone. What he didn't do was tell the folks on the street that we don't have it anymore. They didn't get that memo. And now the folks that are coming into the House of Assembly, whoever they might be, they wouldn't have a business or anything to fall back on to say, well, Madam Clerk, I didn't get my paycheck today. And today is the 16th or the 1st. So I have nowhere to turn. Whether Section 66, 67 of the Constitution need to be amended to also apply to statutory and other public bodies. I guess that's the area with the reporting any contracts and what have you. What should be the proper relationship between ministers and their departments, and whether any amendment to Section 56 of the Constitution should be made. My advice, ministers, turn your ministry over to the permanent secretary. That's my advice. What should be the proper relationship between ministers and their departments, and whether any amendment should be to 56 of the Constitution? To review the next step towards self-determination for the territory of the Virgin Islands. As one member asked the question, to review the next steps. What next step? Have we taken a step? Self-determination, how many steps you need to take to get there? It's a one-step dance, isn't it? One bold step. Exactly. Exactly. If the governors that we have had been ambitious enough to devolve the public service to a minister, devolve the police to a minister, those are what you call steps. So because they haven't done it, we're going to have to take one bold step, as the Premier has put it, one bold step, where all these things are going to happen one night, overnight. And everybody is so concerned about whether they could trust us, whether they can trust us with those responsibilities. Well, Jamaica has done it, Trinidad has done it, Barbados has done it, St. Lucia has done it, St. Vincent has done it, Grenada has done it, Dominica has done it, St. Kitts has done it, Antigua has done it, Bahamas has done it, but when it comes to us, they can't trust us. That's why they don't let you through the airport so easy. I mean, they got to take off your shoes, put your arm up, and all that stuff. No, in all seriousness, I think a lot of this has to do with our own selves. We're probably not taking ourselves seriously enough when it comes to this serious issue of advancement. And until we do that, Madam Speaker, you will forever be seeing things like this, where the Commissioner of Inquiry believes that there should be some belt tightening. As a matter of fact, these recommendations were not for the government as it is. These recommendations were for a suspended constitution, a territory with a suspended constitution under direct rule. So the governor would walk right through the door, would walk straight in through the door and just handpick. As a matter of fact, he would be handpicking the. You have to give the former premier some acknowledgement. You have to acknowledge him in some sense. I wonder what would have happened if he didn't have this commission already appointed, and the governor was left with a clean slate. What would have happened? Because Hickenbottom asked for this constitutional review to be carried out. And the only way you're going to carry it out if you had a commission. So who was going to select this commission? Who's going to put this commission in place? I don't know. I think the people of this territory has to acknowledge the work that we do. We will not be here tonight debating this. This would not be up for debate. It would be back like in the 30s, where a document will be handed to you. You had no input in it. I know input usually means that you had influence. We may not have influence over the document when it comes out, when it does come out, but at least we would have been there when it was, and we would know what's coming in this case. So I think that being able to stave off that direct rule thing was not a bad thing. But at the same time, as one member put it, having it dangle over your head is probably just equally bad. So, Mr. Speaker, getting back to my main points, who should be responsible for establishing the committee? It should not be the cabinet. It should be the House of Assembly. And the historical reference indicated where the House of Assembly has been doing it in the past very effectively. And they should continue to do it. And that comes back to, I think a premier, chief minister, is who took it upon themselves to go to the cabinet with the document instead of having it stay here. And I think with the help of the Attorney General, who's able and crafty enough, who understands what elected representation means. It means, AG, it means the same to you as it means to me. It's not just as for women, it's for men too. And in a democracy, the elected people are the voice of the people. And those are the ones who are supposed to make these kind of decisions. Not a cabinet. Once you're down in a cabinet, you're an administrator as far as I'm concerned. We loan you to the executive, now you're an administrator. The language you speak isn't the language of the people. When you come in here, you're speaking the language of the people. So we have to establish the legislation so that in no uncertain terms, when the next constitutional review comes up, or when the time comes for it, there will be no question as to where it's generated. Who selects the members of the committee? True to form, yes. True to form, yes. The members of the committee was selected by members of the House of Assembly. But that is not the point. The point is where the mandate came from. And as far as I'm concerned, the mandate came from the cabinet, and that is not right. And when I speak to the cabinet members, I don't want you to believe that I'm trying to take something away from you as a cabinet member. It's all about the House of Assembly, where you belong, where you are. One day you might be sitting in the back bench where you're not in the cabinet. One day you might be sitting in the opposition where you're not in the cabinet, but you are in the House of Assembly. That's what's important. Why the membership is not the problem? The membership as it is right now is not a problem because, as you see, in the past, the members were from anywhere, all over the place. But when you get the opportunity to make that decision in here as to who should be the members, then you would decide who the members should be. You can even legislate at the time who should be members of the Constitutional Review Commission. And a need for legislation, which I spoke of. Madam Speaker, one of the more important parts of this whole process will be for when the Premier get around to putting, and this House of Assembly has a lot to say, putting together the negotiating team. And that negotiating team, Madam Speaker, has to have good knowledge of what the Constitution should be, what the people want, and be able to negotiate. Negotiate from a position of strength. The last time we went to negotiate, Madam Speaker, we saw what we wanted. We told them what we wanted. In some cases, they told us in no uncertain terms, you're going to get it. Times should have changed by now. We got a different set of people, a young, fearless group of people. I'm not saying that those people were fearful, but 15 years is a long time. A lot of things change. What I might have said 15 years ago, what I might say today, I probably wouldn't have said it 15 years ago. I noticed that the same person who negotiated on behalf of the United Kingdom is still around, Ian Henry. And he was the one who just did Anguilla. I think he was in Anguilla recently. Because they did their second constitution. We are just on our first. We just get to our second now, so. I think Madam Speaker, we're not in a place that we should have been, but all things considered, I don't foresee this happening right now, that the negotiations on this constitution is going to happen right now. Yeah, the committee, the commission will go out there and start their work. And like everyone said before me, they want the public to make contributions. Make their contributions. As a matter of fact, there's a part in this document, Madam Speaker, the document I was looking at, there's a part in it that says that contributions came in from members of the legislature, signed by Conrad Maduro, Oliver Sills. Yes, Madam Speaker. So it's not limited to the public, people on the street. This legislature can make recommendations to the Constitution Commission. Members of the House of Assembly can make recommendations to the Commission. But more importantly, Madam Speaker, this House of Assembly still has a voice when it comes to the Commission report. It has a voice. And we should work collectively to make sure that we harmonize that voice and not be all over the map. Because someone has to go and defend it and argue for it. So, Madam Speaker, with that, I would say no more. regarding the matter.
Thank you, Leader of the Opposition. Honorable members, the motion before the House, my apologies, Minister for Health, Honorable Marlon Penn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the opportunity to make, which I promise you will be brief contributions. I see that we're eager to get out of here. The night is fast spent, and I wouldn't continue to regurgitate the same narrative over and over and over again. I got chastised the other day by an event where a respected former civil servant and somebody who I love and respect dearly chastised me about us going on and pontificating in here and not talking about the real issues. And she used a colloquial word. I don't think I could use it in here. I don't think it's parliamentary enough language to use it here, so I wouldn't. But I think sometimes we get sidetracked a bit and not get back to the main point. But I think today we were able to, and I want to thank my colleagues actually, for the history lesson that we got, and it goes back to where we started, Madam Speaker, yesterday, when we spoke about the importance of documenting the contributions made by not just political leaders, but leaders of this territory and this community to have advanced us to where we are. Mr. Premier so eloquently and succinctly started us off today when he brought the resolution. This is a progression. It's a continuum. Political leadership and political advancement is a continuum, such as constitutional advancement. And we are here today, and I think we've already started this process to continue that advancement that was made many years ago by persons who had the fortitude, had the strength, had the ability to motivate, to inspire its people to say that we can do better. There's much more that we can attain through our own representation, our own leadership. And there's greater for these Virgin Islands, and we've seen the progression of these Virgin Islands over the last 7 decades, starting with those changes that were made then, the constitutional advancements, and the advancement that led to not just a constitution on a paper, but also led to several transformations, or a great transformation, the Renaissance era, as they would call it in the United States term, the great transformation of the Virgin Islands, where we saw major development, from political development, the economic development that we've seen over the years as a country. Tourism has thrived under the leadership of our people. We were able to build sophisticated global industries like financial services, where we compete not just within the region, but we compete globally. In many instances, we were able to build strong entrepreneurs, entrepreneurial spirit that's evident within our people, that continues to grow within our people from the 1949 era up until now, where you see a lot of our young entrepreneurs are becoming more innovative and looking towards global advancement in terms of their ideas, their skill sets, the entertainment space. So the constitutional advancements that we see birthed several different aspects of our societal development, and it's birthed from the bellies and the belly of our people. As we saw with the march in the 49 march, where more than a third, Premier, of our population came out and said, look, we're rallying behind Theodore Faulkner. We're rallying behind the Castro and Fonseca because we want better, and we can see better for ourselves, our families, and our future generation. And we have to, as the leaders of this country today, despite the doom and gloom that's being preached and the doom and gloom and all the circumstances under which we find ourselves, have to also inspire our people that better must come for these Virgin Islands and better will come for these Virgin Islands, because we're much more sophisticated and educated than we were then because of the hard work and dedication of those men and women of that era. It will be a disservice if we can't achieve the same advancements or even more than our forefathers. So I believe we're at the right step. We're going through that progression, Madam Speaker, a progression that is important. I'm happy for the history, but I'm concerned of the revisionist history, some of which I've heard here today. We have to make sure that when we give history lessons, we be accurate with it. I tend to chastise my good cousin on the other side. He's become somewhat of a new freedom fighter, I see. He's reincarnating himself. That wash in the river 7 times like Naaman, he's born into a new man these days. But we have to make sure that when we express our side of history, that we're accurate in terms of the expression of history. And I'm going to briefly, my colleagues give me a timeline, so I'm going to be brief on some of that revisionist history that was presented here tonight. But I think it's important for us to, first of all, commend our forefathers and those persons who have trailblazed and ensured that we are where we are today over the progressive and progression. I thank the Leader of Opposition for outlining those persons who contributed to that process of advancements constitutionally, economically, infrastructure, and otherwise. And I want to commend those persons. I wouldn't name all the names, but I want to commend those persons for their work. And I particularly want to commend our last constitutional review that was done under the then National Democratic Party administration in 2007. And the most advanced constitution that we've had to date. And I want to commend the 2 members in the opposition who worked as members of that committee, who worked to ensure that the BVI got the best shot in terms of our progression and our advancement, because it's important to acknowledge and recognize persons for the contributions that they make. You know, while I would say and speak my mind because I'm from Eastern Law, look, I don't know better. That's how I was raised. And I believe that you also have to acknowledge and give persons the recognition they deserve when they work and produce and do what's necessary for this country. And I want to commend those members for their efforts and all the other persons who served on that Constitutional Review Committee and the negotiating team that were able to give us the most advanced constitution we've had since that process started. Madam Speaker, I just wanted to touch on a couple areas. I'm not going to go over and regurgitate all what was said, but in terms of our responsibility is not to so much direct the process, but make sure that the tools and there's a clear guide to facilitate the process, Madam Speaker. And whatever ambitions or aspirations, while we might have our opinions, we might have our views of what should happen, it needs to come from the bowels and the bellies of the people. We can't ask questions on who this Constitutional Review Committee or the terms of reference is for when we want to enforce and infringe our own ideas and our views. All of us as citizens of this country, as residents of this country, belongers, and Virgin Islanders, have a view and have a right to participate in this process in a meaningful way, Madam Speaker. And one of the chance that I got when we termed it a term paper when we were going through the COI exercise, and we were asked to give our ideas and our views on governance and the advancement of this country. Every chance you get to expound your views and your ideas and your views and aspirations, you should always take advantage of it. I think it's important for us, and we talked about the education process. We have a responsibility as leaders. Leaders have a responsibility to ensure that we don't mislead our people, but we educate and lead in a way that gives our people the opportunity to progress and think and use their own minds. And as part of my term paper, I did a section on constitutional advancement, spoke specifically to some of the areas that I believe we needed to look at in terms of this particular exercise that we intend to embark on, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, one of the areas in terms of the actual terms of reference that we are here discussing today is about the transfer, is subsection 4 in the terms. This is a mechanism for the transfer of reserved powers to the devolved Virgin Islands government in the future without further change to the Constitution being required. Madam Speaker, we have to find ways, particularly not just devolve those powers devolved to the elected powers, but also devolution to the people. Madam Speaker, particularly as it relates to national security and National Security Council, we have to figure out how to ensure that the people have a deeper involvement in that particular NSC. Madam Speaker, particularly in the Cayman Islands Constitution, they just recently, about 2 or 3 years ago, had a constitutional review, and they were able to expand the membership of the National Security Council, where you have, I think it's section 58 of the Cayman's Constitution, where you have 2 ministers appointed, in addition to the governor and the premier, governor who's chair. You have a leader of opposition or a designee from the leader of the opposition as part of the National Security Council. But you also have persons from civil society. You have 2 persons from civil society, and they are appointed in consultation with the leader of opposition and the premier. So, Madam Speaker, you have to find a way to make sure that that devolution happens, and it not just devolve to the elected population, elected representatives, but the people have a participation. They participate clearly. Let me stop biting off. I catch you. Madam Speaker, the people are able to participate in the development of their territory and the development of the entire country and the security of the country. And I believe that if you have the people have a vested interest in NSC, the national security, we see now particularly where we have, how much time, colleague? You see now particularly where you have persons who are disinterested. The lack of, I seem like I lose a bet on time, Madam Speaker, but I'll try to my best to get there. You have to find ways to get people more involved in the process. And constitutionally, this is a way that we've seen a change that's already happened, where people can get more involved in the process. Madam Speaker, I also suggested at that time in my term paper a recall provision. For the recall, I see the new political organization, the One BVI, was it? One BVI Agenda? What's it called? Oh, okay. Have also adopted the recall provision in their manifesto. Madam Speaker, it looks so. Madam Speaker, is important because we're currently under the circumstances under which we're experiencing. It's important for us to have such a recall provision within the Constitution. Even if it's not a constitutional provision and the member leader of opposition is correct, some of these areas we have to look at from a legislative point of view. And I know there's recall legislation in other jurisdictions where persons are able, or populace is able to recall persons for various reasons. And we know that particular circumstance that we're faced with the former premier, would have given the populace an opportunity to determine if they would like to recall the member, which we have limitations currently in our legal structure and limitations in terms of our standing orders, in terms of what can be done in terms of the recall of a member, regardless of the circumstance. So we have a real situation now that says to us that a provision like a recall provision is necessary, whether it's through constitutional reform or is it through legislative means. And we have models and legislations to look at as an opportunity to put such provision in place. Also, Madam Speaker, 2 more points on some recommendation. I made a lot of them, and I'll share it with my good party leader next on opposite me, in terms of, no, not the PU, the new political organization, that we're going to look at, but particularly in terms of term limits, Madam Speaker. Term limits in terms of the premiership. I believe it's important for us to ensure that we don't build empires in the territory. It gives you an opportunity, and I think Cayman Islands has this particular provision as well, Madam Speaker, in their constitution, where after 2 terms, but I believe the BVI is small, I think we should consider 3 terms. No one could hold more than 3 consecutive terms. I wouldn't say membership, but premiership as a premier, and then you have to skip a term. You could run for office, you could sit in the cabinet, but you cannot hold the office of premiership after 3 consecutive terms. I think those are things that we need to consider and look at. It gives the opportunity for a diversification in terms of leadership, a different approach. You don't want to have a situation where you have a premier serving for 10, 15. You become a dictatorship at that point. And those are things that, one of the areas that I believe that we should consider and look at. But ultimately, Madam Speaker, it is the work of the committee, through the consultation with the populace, to look at the areas that we believe is necessary and come from the belly of the people in terms of the direction of us moving forward. What are the ambitions that the people have in terms of their directive in moving forward? But that's just a few suggestions, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I really want to reinforce and underscore the idea and the premise of education. We're talking about self-determination and the idea of self-determination. I'm wrapping up now, Madam Speaker. Determination. BVI Islanders and Virgin Islanders have always been a people of independence, independent thinking, independent in our approach, our entrepreneurship spirit, So there's no doubt in my mind, and it was written in the preamble of the 2007 Constitution, and leader opposition read from even back in 1949, the ambitions of the people of that time, the ambitions up until 2007, and I have no doubt that ambitions have changed over the years and are still true today. But we have a responsibility to educate our people on the process. The Premier has consistently tried to do that in his discourse on this matter. All of us in this House have a responsibility on the education of that process to ensure that we educate, not the miseducation of our people. Ensure that there are public forums, open forums to discuss this matter, what is necessary, what it means for us as a territory. The school system has to play a part to play in the education of that process and what it means for us as a people and our territory. We should not, through our own political desires or ambitions, thrust it upon our people, but ensure that we bring them along in the process. That is our responsibility. And we have to ensure that once this process comes to, and if the group of us here are lucky, or any of us are here when this process comes in terms of the negotiation part of it, that we don't go the way that the last negotiation team went, where we had an opportunity to leave here as one body. We had an opportunity to leave here collectively, of one mind representing the views and aspirations of the people, and then go up there and do something different. The discussion on the civil service was one of those agreed upon positions leaving the BVI. The people wanted that transition, but we went up there and we did something different. We have to ensure that our political ambitions and our political ties do not divide us and blind us from the true aspirations of our people. That should never be anything that any of us engage in going forward in the future. That's why I'm on this side today. There's some that said they take a sacrifice for the country. Why they went in the back bench, but I'm in opposition now. That sacrifice gone through the door. We make sacrifices for our people. Despite your political ambitions and what you want to achieve and all those type of things, it has to be about the people and the country. So I'm here, not because I want political power. I am here because we made a sacrifice. I made a sacrifice collectively to save the democracy of this country, to ensure that we are able to be here today to pontificate for 45 minutes to an hour, to ensure that we can then decide on a group of men and women capable borderlanders and belongers who can determine and help shape the discourse and the discussion in the public space about the way forward for us as a country going into the next millennium. What are the dreams and aspirations of the people? That's what leaders do. You put aside your petty differences and your ambitions and do what's necessary for the country moving forward. And that's why we're here. And when the gloves come off, what will happen then will happen then. But for now, the interests of the country should always be paramount. The interests of the people should always be paramount. Not our own personal ambition. Because I heard I don't know, Premier, if you made an announcement that election soon start, because some of the political speech I hear in here today, some of the campaign don't start, Premier. So that means I got to get my hard nose and ready. But be that as may, Madam Speaker, and I think this is it's important for us to have these discussions and these debates, and I believe what we're doing today is an important process. I believe that the committee has already started their process. I want to, at this point, commend the chairman, Lisa Penletsom, for taking up this enormous task. I expect nothing different from a fellow East Indian, a woman of immense integrity. You're hearing all the talk about who's steering who and who's steering who. I have no doubt that Lisa has the integrity, she has the capacity, and she has the ability to manage this process to ensure that we get the best possible outcome for the people of these Virgin Islands. And I have the same level of confidence in many of the persons that sit on this committee, Madam Speaker. So I want to wish them well. I also want to encourage the people of the Virgin Islands to come out, share your views, express your views respectfully, ensure that your aspirations, your desires for this country and its people is on the record, clearly articulated, so that we can then have the best perspectives on the way forward for this country. I want to encourage us as legislators as well, as I said earlier, to let us educate. Let us ensure that our people understand the process. Don't mislead our people or misdirect them for own personal political gain. Let us educate them. And let us do our part as the people's representative once this particular report comes to this House to ensure that we do our utmost best to do right by the people of this territory and negotiate in good faith for the further and forward advancement of this country and the peoples of these Virgin Islands. I thank you.
Thank you. At this time, I'll call on the Premier.
Madam Speaker, quickly before, Premier, I apologize, just quickly before I wrap up, I know I won't speak on other business, and I just want to say condolences again to Louis Walters and the Walters family, but also to Ms. Smith. Premier, when you get up also, Leela Smith, Roy Smith, and Nick, as we call him, Reda, and all of those in Long Look who lost their mom a couple nights ago. I just want to express sincere condolences to them and the extended Long Look family as well.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think we had a pretty good debate over the past 6 hours or so on the Constitutional Review Commission's membership and the terms of reference. And I believe quite a lot was said that gives us food for thought. I certainly thank the members for their support of the membership along with the terms of reference. And I also have to show appreciation to the leader of the opposition who I believe made lots of valuable contributions to the debate, and I certainly, Madam Speaker, feel privileged to have the opportunity to learn from his wisdom and his perspective, and at the same time fulfilling role as a leader of the opposition and ensuring that we have an alternate perspective, I would say. But all in all, I think that it's quite a bit for the Constitutional Review Commission to draw on. And certainly I would hope that they would be able to get the the transcripts, and then they would make use of the recording, the transmission that we have, so that this debate can inform a part of their deliberations. Madam Speaker, in wrapping up, I just want to speak on one additional issue as it pertains to constitutional development, which I believe is very important. It is important, Madam Speaker, that in our relationship with the United Kingdom, that they do not impose on us based on their cultural views or the way that they see the world. Because in constitutional development, it should reflect the people. It should be truly a democratic process, not a process where you seek to impose your ideology or your culture on anyone else. And as we're going through this constitutional review, it is an opportunity for us to be able to clarify or to make clear on certain issues which have certainly become topical, especially as it pertains to what the United Kingdom may consider to be, in their view, social issues that they want to make commentary on. When you look at the Global Britain report that was done, I think in 2019 by the Foreign Affairs Committee of that Parliament, that particular committee made it very clear that they wanted the overseas territories to bring forward legislation which would legalize same-sex marriage. It's become topical even recently now because, of course, there was an article in Vogue describing an event that took place on Necker Island where a same-sex couple celebrated their wedding. Of course, this event at Necker Island, there was no issuances of marriage licenses here in the Virgin Islands. But of course, they were able to have this event just as an event, a celebration, a ceremony, etc. Madam Speaker, so it's become topical because of that event, but also later this month, there will be a court case. Not sure how well known it is here in the Virgin Islands, but we have a same-sex couple who was married outside of the Virgin Islands and is challenging our court system here, challenging our laws, whether our laws are constitutional in not recognizing their marriage. Now, Madam Speaker, certainly this is something in the court and I don't want to say too much about it. But what I will say, Madam Speaker, is any drastic change to be made to our laws here in the Virgin Islands, we have the opportunity to make those changes through our constitutional review or through our own local legislature. And any change or whether the law remains the same is a matter, in my view, for the people of the Virgin Islands, not for a judge and not for any other government to impose on us. Impose on the people of the Virgin Islands their particular views, whether from the bench or whether from another government. And certainly, this is an issue and a matter I believe that the people should make their views known. And we have the mechanism that people can speak directly to their views on any particular topic. We have a referendum law where persons can express their very clear views on any matter. And these are mechanisms, I'm not quite sure if the Referendum Act has ever been used. But if there was ever a time where it should be used, if there's ever a time it should be used, it should be on a matter such as this, where persons can clearly articulate their views rather than any particular law being imposed on them. And for me, Madam Speaker, it speaks to the importance of the process we're going through now with our Constitution. Our Constitution very much should be a document which reflects the worldview, the culture, the perspective, the aspiration, the desires of the Virgin Islands people. So I'll leave that there, Madam Speaker, but I'm grateful for the opportunity for us to debate in the House on this particular matter. We're looking forward to the debate. One member spoke about the debate on the report by Carlisle Corbin, the assessment of self-governance. I believe it would be beneficial for us to debate that report still, as one member had suggested should be done. And we must continue the conversations. I very much look forward to the Constitutional Review Commission beginning their meetings. Of course, we know there's a deadline that they should be completed by June next year, so we would hope that meetings would begin in earnest very soon. Madam Speaker, just shortly, I know you'll open for any other business. I don't plan to debate for any other business. And I'm not quite sure whether other members will want to, because the night is fast spent. It's past 9 o'clock, and of course the Speaker have the decision as to whether we continue past 9 or not. But I just want to give condolences to the family of Miss Leela Smith, who's a very well-known person in Long Loc. In fact, you could say that she is Long Loc. And sadly, she passed day before, which is very sad for all the people of Long Loc. She was actually a cousin of mine, and so many persons are related to her in Long Loc. It's a very sad time for all of us. So I send condolences to to her family, and to the Longlook community on her passing. Madam Speaker, thank you for the opportunity, and we're looking forward to all of the work that we have to do in the coming weeks and months. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, the motion before the House concerning the establishment and composition of the Constitutional Review Commission has been moved and seconded. I note Territorial Member Honorable Carvin Malone.
Madam Speaker, as promised, I stand in accordance with Standing Order 34-3 to introduce a motion for an amendment to the motion on the floor. Madam Speaker, if I may.
Please proceed.
Whereas the House of Assembly has approved the formation of a Constitution Review Commission with membership in terms of reference at the 12th sitting of the second session of the 4th House of Assembly dated Friday, 10th July 2020.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Honorable Member. I believe you said whereas the House, I believe it's whereas Cabinet. The House has not yet passed this motion.
No, this was done, the first one was done on the 12th sitting of the second session of the 4th House of Assembly.
Okay, my apologies. Continue.
Okay, so I'll start again.
Thank you.
Whereas the House of Assembly has approved the formation of a Constitution Review Commission with membership and terms of reference at the 12th sitting of the second House of the 4th House of Assembly, the third, right? The third House of Assembly, sorry, dated Friday, 10th July 2020. Whereas a motion is currently before the House of Assembly to increase the membership and amend the terms of reference to the motion aforementioned, whereas the people of the Virgin Islands wish to have included in the new terms of reference issues related to the good governance of the Virgin Islands. Now therefore, be it resolved that the original motion be amended to further expand the terms of reference by adding the following to the terms of reference as paragraph D, Roman numeral 11, to D, Roman numeral 17 as follows. 11, whether a provision for referendum based on a 2/3 votes approval by the House of Assembly and a simple majority of the voting public should be considered. Roman numeral 12, whether the development of a timetable or timeline for a referendum to decide on becoming a unitary, sovereign, democratic state with His Majesty as head of state in the first instance, and the nomination and selection of a Virgin Islands national as Governor General should be considered. Roman numeral 13, whether a provision for recall of elected representatives based on 2/3 of the votes cast from over 50% of the registered voters in the representatives' constituency should be considered. Number 14, whether administration and responsibility of the civil service to be devolved to a ministry should be considered. Number 15, whether elected members to the House of Assembly should have term limits constructed based on 3 consecutive terms in elected office and not be considered for elected office for a 4th consecutive term. 16, whether Anagata and Jocelyn Dyke should be declared as districts 10 and 11, respectively, and elect their own representatives, thereby reducing the number of at-large seats from 4 to 2, and 17, whether the posts of premier and deputy premier should be determined from the at-large candidacies. Madam Speaker, these are provisions which I had stated in the debate that should be reflective of what, at minimum, should be considered when looking at the Constitution review. We have heard and we have expressed all of what the Commission of Inquiry has recommended, some of them readily acceptable or accepted, and others of grave concern. But yet, it was mentioned earlier that they still have to be decided by the people, and yes, in ordinary terms. But there is a document that I have which says the framework for implementation of the recommendations. And some of it we basically had to agree to, because if we were going to avoid the consequences of not agreeing to them, then we would, in fact, be probably in a different position. And I'm hearing everyone say, well, it's a good thing we're not, and it is great. It's not good, it's great. It's the best thing that we're not. But at the end of the day, we made an agreement. Now, there are some documents that I have requested, and when we return here next Tuesday, some of them will be placed on the paper. We still don't have the report of the Withers Cox. We still don't have the affidavits in support of the Commission of Inquiry, the affidavit in support of the suspension I read earlier for the interim amendment order seeking to cancel parts of our Constitution. But we signed that the Cabinet and its members will express full public support for implementation of the individual COI report recommendations. We read that the members of Cabinet are committed to using the full term of the current House of Assembly to work on the implementation of the COI recommendations without proposing early elections. We agreed that the HOA will be responsible for passing all relevant legislations necessary for delivering reforms. Members will amend the standing orders as required to achieve this objective. We read also that the Government of National Unity is fully committed to expeditiously implementing all of the recommendations of the COI report, with the exception of suspension. And we read again that the Constitutional Review Commission presents a final report to the Premier and Governor by the 30th of June, 2023. I was deliberate in making sure that all during the day I read only from documents printed, so that even if the acquisitions were made, as they were spouted out here earlier by other members, that I am making up items, that they would have a factual base to it. And at a younger age, I would have gotten up still and tried to refute some of the stuff I heard here today. But the fact is that documents are here. These are documents that are in print, signed. Well, I didn't get the signed implementation framework agreement as yet, as I had requested again. But these are documents that are here. These are documents that we have. And I am saying that if it is that we agreed that these terms and references will be included, well, we already agreed it, so they will be. But I'm saying that the people of the Virgin Islands will also need to have some others introduced, debated, looked at. And this is what this simple exercise is all about. Madam Speaker, I see no room for dissension in most of these. There's some of them that folks readily have said they would not agree on. But most of them is the stuff that we would readily agree. Now, of course, there's an impediment. All depend on who the messenger is. But let's divorce the messenger from what is really being asked. So the night is fast spent. We will have it seconded and we'll have it agreed and we will close out the House and come back next Tuesday. So I put the motion forward, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable members, the floor is open to debate. On the amendments. Yes, it is open.
Madam Speaker, the way I look at it is that I'm already out, so I might as well stay out. So let me take a look at the question is, Madam Speaker, whether provision for referendums based on a two-thirds votes approval by the House of Assembly and a simple majority of the voting public should be considered. Madam Speaker, the referendum legislation that we have right now provides for the Premier to seek approval of the Cabinet, I think it is, for a referendum. So, and the referendum then in turn goes to, I think it has to come to the House of Assembly, doesn't it? And it has to come to the House of Assembly for approval. And then it goes to the public. That's where the referendum goes. And it seeks only for a majority vote. I have no problems, Madam Speaker, with a second body or agent being able to trigger a referendum. If it is that the member is seeking for the House of Assembly to be able to trigger a referendum, that is something I can accept, Madam Speaker. But the provisions already exist for such a mechanism, which is referendum. But it's done through legislation. I don't know if it's the members' desire to have referendums done through the Constitution as a constitutional instrument rather than just through legislation. So I don't see an action for a two-thirds vote approval by the House of Assembly. If that's the case, if you want a two-thirds vote by the House of Assembly in order to get a referendum, then why does it have to go through the Constitution? I think that's a simple amendment to the legislation that we can make here for a two-thirds vote in the House of Assembly. whether the development of a timeline for a referendum to decide on becoming a unitary sovereign democratic state with His Majesty as head of state in the first instance, and the nomination and selection of a Virgin Islands national as Governor General should be considered. Madam Speaker, I think that's what you call taking it to the man, pushing the envelope. I have no problems with pushing the envelope, Madam Speaker. It is time that the question be put. What I'm afraid of, Madam Speaker, is some legitimate pushback, like whether or not we're ready. For the people, based on the lack of education. Whether the development of a timeline for a referendum to decide on becoming a unitary sovereign democratic state. Madam Speaker, what I think we would need in cases like this is further discussion with the mover of the motion to elucidate the thoughts that are here that are being expressed. I think it's the idea of a referendum regarding the a decision of becoming a unitary sovereign democratic state is well worth having. But Madam Speaker, I think that we need to have it further elucidated by the mover of the motion. Whether a provision for recall of elected representatives based on 2/3 of the votes cast from over 50% of the registered voters in the representatives' constituency should be considered. Whether administration and responsibility of the civil service to be devolved to a ministry should be considered. I have no problems with that, Madam Speaker. To be considered, I think it needs to be considered, of course. Whether elected members of the House of Assembly should have term limits, constructed based on 3 consecutive terms in elected office, and not be considered for elected office for a 4th consecutive term. Speaking to me, whether Antigua and Jos Van Dyke should be declared as districts 10 and 11, respectively, and elect their own representatives, thereby reducing the number of at-large seats from 4 to 2 seats. Like I said, Madam Speaker, the provision for making Antigua and Jos Van Dyke districts do exist in our legislation as it is, in the Constitution as it is right now. The only difference is that you wouldn't be able to touch the at-large numbers under the Constitution as it now stands. So that's a new provision you're asking to be able to reduce the number of at-large. So take your pick. You could do it now without touching the at-large numbers, or you can wait and have it placed in the Constitution again, but then reducing the number of at-large representation. And the last one, Madam Speaker, whether the posts of Premier and Deputy Premier should be determined from the at-large candidacy. Madam Speaker, it wouldn't impact me either way. I mean, it wouldn't impact me personally, but for the future of the territory, I would not agree with that, because You know I'm 100% district. And I can't see how, Madam Speaker, everybody wants to find a cheap way to the top. And this is parliamentary democracy, Madam Speaker. I've seen people come in here in this house. I've seen them come in this house, they run at large, they get the most votes, and they beat their chest. I'm the highest vote getter. And you never stop and ask yourself, well, how did I become the highest vote getter? I rode the backs of the guys in the district. Two ways about it. If you really want to know that you're the highest vote getter, run independent at large. And if you get the most votes, I give you all the credit in the world. There was a time when people like myself and Andrew Foy will tell the at-large people, don't come in my district. There's no need to come in there. And they would succeed. The at-large people would succeed. And then you're telling me that that person will become the premier or the deputy premier? For the life of the at-large system since 1995, only one person I've seen run independent and won. One. And then there was another one who, it didn't matter who they were associated with, they were going to win. So there were two people I noticed in the at-large category since it was established that had basically a clear path in that system. Others will probably have to prove themselves. It has been around for a while. So, Madam Speaker, I think that the provisions that are here, some of them, in my view, has merit. And I don't know if the mover of the motion is prepared to look at them individually or it's a package. Or it's a package. But there's some that I could support and others that I would not plain up simply support because they don't meet with my philosophies. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I call on the territorial member, Honorable Carvin Malone, to wrap up.
Madam Speaker, I would love to thank the member for the third, for seconding, the Leader of the Opposition, for seconding the motion for the amendment to motion currently on the floor, and they always say there is a silent majority, and no doubt this is the case. So I look forward to the support of all members. And as I'm saying, these particular measures have to be put to the Constitution Review Commission to be taken to the people of the Virgin Islands. And if members feel that they don't merit being considered by the people, well, that's their prerogative. But I can see full support for these measures because they don't automatically go onto the recommendations. They don't make it to that particular stance. But if it is that they feel that any of these or all of these merit going to be considered by the Commission and taken to Anegada to Jost Van Dyke, including all the islands in between, and taken on the internet and on social media and all of the other mediums necessary for review by the people. Let the people have their views. The Constitution Review Commission came here, they had their way. We could not say anything then, can't get any answers now, and the people are still without a voice. This is a chance for them to have their say. So I put it for the vote. Thank you.
Thank you. For ease, perhaps I can read each proposed amendment and take a vote that way. Honorable members, a motion has been moved for the following amendment to be included within the terms of reference: whether a provision for referendums based on a 2/3 vote, approval by the House of Assembly, and a simple majority of the voting public should be considered. Those in favor? Those against? The noes have it. This amendment is defeated. Honorable members, the following amendment has been proposed to be included within the terms of reference: whether the development of a timeline for a referendum to decide on becoming a unitary sovereign democratic state with His Majesty as head of state in the first instance, and the nomination and selection of a Virgin Islands national as Governor General should be considered. Those in favor? Those against? Those against? The noes have it. This amendment is defeated. Honorable members, the following amendment has been proposed to be included within the terms of reference: whether a provision for recall of elected representatives based on a 2/3 of the votes cast from over 50% of the registered voters in the representative's constituency should be considered. Those in favor?
Madam Speaker, I'm just rising for a point of clarity. I thought because the motion was moved, we would have the decision on the votes on the entire motion because he read the entire motion. So I'm trying to understand why we're going through each particular section of the motion. The motion was read in its entirety, so can we not just have a vote on the entire motion?
Well,
Please, if I may.
I was merely doing it for clarity in the event that certain provisions would have been more accepted than others. Thank you. Honorable member, I do note your position, but given that I've already began in this manner, I prefer to conclude this particular way. Honorable members, the following amendment has been proposed to be included in the terms of reference: whether administration and responsibility of the civil service to be devolved to a ministry should be considered. Those in favor? Those against? The noes have it. That amendment is defeated. Honorable member, the following amendment has been proposed to be included in the terms of reference. Whether elected members to the House of Assembly should have term limits constructed based on 3 consecutive terms in elected office and not be considered for elected office for a 4th consecutive term. Those in favor? Those against? The noes have it. This amendment is defeated. Honorable members, the next amendment that has been proposed to be included within the terms of reference is whether Anigada and Just Van Dyke should be declared as districts 10 and 11 respectively and elect their own representative, thereby reducing the number of at-large seats from 4 to 2. Those in favor? Those against? The noes have it. This amendment is defeated. The final amendment that has been proposed to be included within the terms of reference is whether the post of premier and deputy premier should be determined from the at-large candidacy. Those in favor? Those against? I'm sorry, let me ask that again. Those in favor? Those against? The noes have it. The amendment has been defeated. Therefore, the motion has been defeated. Honorable members, I will go back to the substantive motion at this time. And now ask for those in favor. Let me read the motion again. The motion before the House concerning the establishment and composition of the Constitutional Review Commission has been moved and seconded. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The motion has been passed. Madam Clerk.
Item A2.
Members, I'll just ask for silence, please. Thank you.
Item A2, private members' business. Item number 9, other business.
Given that there are no other business, I will now call on the Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This brings us to the end of this sitting. As has been said before, is a sitting that took quite a bit of time, and we got some important things accomplished in this sitting, Madam Speaker, and we're having another sitting on Tuesday. A new order paper with quite a number of second and third readings, some very heavy bills. So certainly we're going to be in the House over the course of the next few weeks, and of course because of different things happening, different commitments, etc. We may not finish that sitting for some time, and certainly we have standing finance and a budget to pass before the end of the year. So it should be an eventful few weeks, Madam Speaker, but I'm grateful for your stewardship of the House, and I'm grateful for the participation of all the members. And I now move a motion to adjourn the House until September 27th at 10 a.m. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Thank you.
Huh? What you do?
To close the sitting. Honorable members, a motion has been moved and seconded for the House to be adjourned until the 27th of September 2022 at 10 a.m. The House is now adjourned.